When I find myself in times of trouble, Mother Mary come to me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. In my heart of darkness, she is standing right in front of me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. Let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. Whisper words of wisdom, let it be. When the broken-hearted people living in the world agree, there will be an answer, let it be. For though they may be parted, there is still a chance that they can see. There will be an answer, let it be. Oh, let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. There will be an answer, let it be. Oh, let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. Whisper words of wisdom, let it be. When the night is cloudy, there is still a light that shines on me. Shine on till tomorrow, let it be. I wake up to the sound of music, Mother Mary next to me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. Oh, let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. There will be an answer, let it be. Oh, let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. Whisper words of wisdom, let it be. Oh, John alone, listen to the church bells toll. Oh, I walked all night long, listen to the church bells toll. Either someone's needing mercy, it must be something I've done wrong. Well, your friends come by for you, but don't know what to say. When your friends come by for you, I don't know what to say. You can't face to tell them, honey, you just went away. Children cry for mother, I tell the mother to be true. When children cry for mother, I tell the mother to be true. When I walk on pins and needles, I hope my tongue don't slip. I gaze at passing strangers in case I might see you. Well, I gaze at passing strangers in case I might see you. Oh, but the sun goes round the heaven, another day just drives on through. Way out in the distance, I know you're with some other man. Way out in the distance, I know you're with some other man. Oh, but that's alright, baby. You know I'll always understand. Oh, you're giving me the eye. Oh, cold girls in the doorway. They're all giving me the eye. But my heart's just not in it. I might as well pass right on by. It's already ringing like empty shells. My ears are ringing like empty shells. No, I can't be no guitar player. Well, I must come and bed. Well, I walked all night long, listening to the church bells tone. Oh yes, I walked all night long, hearing the church bells tone. Oh, either someone's needing mercy, or might be something I've done wrong. I can't be no guitar player, right? With a guitar out of tune. Shit, that's bad out tune. Anyway. I give thee all I can, no more. The poor the offering. My heart a loser, all the store that I can give to thee. soul to love the world. And better for a heart that feels much more than can tell. Oh, love and song may fail alas to keep life's miles away. At least it will make them light and pass and give memories to stay. And even if care and moments fling to discord or life's happy strain, oh, let love but gently touch the strings to alone be sweet again. Oh, let love but gently touch the strings to alone be sweet again. Greetings, friends. How you doing at this late hour? Hope you're well. I said I'd sing a few songs and chat for a little while anyway, but nothing in particular, and I will just see how it goes. Yeah, my guitar a little bit out of tune there, even though I tuned it up beforehand. I think it's the B. Anyway, the B is the most difficult one to sort of tune, and your ear lets you know as you're playing it anyway. But I hope those came across reasonably okay. And yeah, hope all is well at this time of night, at this time of year, whatever year you think that is. For me, it's year 421, so 421 years since you can consider starting. The other starting point is well, the life of a man who lived 2019 years ago, was born 2019 years ago, even though we're told, we look into the story, actually born 4 years BC. So Jesus was born 4 years before Christ, how that works. But yeah, it's 2019 years since that particular episode. So you can start counting from then. You can start counting from day one. I think it was someone called, who was it? Some Northern Ireland guy anyway, some minister or other. It wasn't Occam, it was Ochre or something like that. And counting up all the genealogies in the Bible, he made his way back to a specific day and a specific time even, about 6,000 years ago. So you can start counting from there. But if you consider everything from, let's say, a Wednesday or a Thursday starting point, and you find out, or now you come to realize it was maybe a couple of days later and everything actually started on a Saturday. Well, then today would be Tuesday, as opposed to Sunday. It's pretty much Sunday everywhere, isn't it? Except in places, let me think. Actually, it's gone to Sunday now, so for half the world, it's Monday. If you go one way, it's Monday, but if you go the other way, it's yesterday night, yesterday evening, apparently. But that makes sense on the globe Earth anyway, doesn't it? It all makes sense on the globe Earth. In the globe Earth, there is sense, which is completely nonsense. And we know that well by now. Let's just say cheers. Well, just 4 cans. I was just looking at a video. I burst out laughing, and it was none other than a video about myself by Channel Q. Just put a few clips of me talking last week. I might play it a bit later on, but I wasn't feeling great. I was feeling all right or whatever. But I put on that video and I burst out laughing. I had to burst out laughing at myself. The dodo comes to the rescue. So I said, fuck it, I'll get out and get a few cans and we'll have a chat. I might play that later on just for laughs, shits and giggles, because I sort of go on to different hangouts as well, and realizing, understanding it's pointless exercises for the most part. You can talk to anybody, not to mind fall earthers. Flat earthers is the same. Once you get beyond a certain point, you're shot down. We want you to go there. So that's okay. What can you do about that? You can just continue to be yourself and, well, let your feelings be known as best you can, right? As with any conversation. If I'm talking to you, if I'm talking to a postman, if I'm talking to a fucking shop assistant or something, you know, you're going to be yourself in relation to whatever business you have. But yeah, that's a difficult thing to do here in these arenas, frustrating as they are. I think this is what they were given to us, like, you know. But plenty of information out there. Is up to you to discern what's what. Uh, Everything comes back to context. And, well, once you have a certain context, then your whole mindset changes about things. Now, what do you do? My mother often says it to me. I mean, the truth should make you happy. You should be happy you found the truth. No, no, it's the opposite. Truth doesn't make you miserable, right? But it will set you free. It'll set you free from illusion, mental slavery to an idea, to a thought, to a history, to a reality, right? But yeah, there's nothing in there that says it's going to be an easy experience, a happy experience. Absolutely not. But who knows what's to come, right? Who knows what's to come? Who knows what the real truth it consists of? Let me just go into, I have a load of links open, so I'm going to hang out early just to make sure. It's funny how it works. I mean, you can have 100 links open, and I bet you it's coming through absolutely perfect here, right? Absolutely perfect, timeless. I mean, let me see. When I said timeless, timeless. It's about 5 seconds behind. Okay. But with a load of links open, then you might only have one or two links open, and everything's coming through absolutely shittily, in a shit manner, in a shit way, and it gets frustrating. So yeah, let's see how it goes. Yeah, everything seems to be going through grand, and I'll just chat in my usual way. I've nothing prepared, but just sort of a little pissed off at the sort of constant hurdles you have to encounter and sort of overcome. The more I go on, the more I realize it really is a game of solitaire. I mean, you're very lucky if you can find anybody to share any of this stuff to a greater or lesser degree. So yeah, I think why these are magnets, these sort of hangouts. At least you have the ability to talk, speak freely, speak openly. And I think that's the very purpose of their existence. They were given to us for specific purposes. And well, yeah, you can look at it in a few different ways, but in a basic way, we're all being sort of herded, corralled, sort of boxed into particular sections, pigeonholed. Very good description. That's exactly what's happening, and it's a sort of on a continuous basis. It's a hamster wheel. Is a good description of it, and you can see it in general. The more and more discussions you have, and even with people you think you're on your side, then the minute you venture outside comfort zones, you're ostracized. And if you haven't heard me on Nathan Oakley I was on with, just go on for a fucking chat is all I do. You know what I mean? It's only fucking some people talking. Fuck's sake, it's only some people talking, but it's a big production. It's a big, but you see, it's not a big production. This is the whole fucking frustrating thing about it. And I'm not talking about just that thing. The whole lot of it's the same. It's not a big production because we're telling you we're genuine. We're truth seekers. We're holding a position because the evidence. We're interested in finding out about reality. That's on both sides. So they're telling you that. But then when you develop, which is not difficult to develop eyes to see, you see that it is a production. It's a cooperation of minds behind the scenes presenting some sort of fixed agenda. Now, there is variance and there is sway allowed, of course, but yeah, there is um, a fence pretty much set up to one degree or another. You decide about all your favorite characters, where the fence lies with them. Some fences are more obvious than others, but yeah, the fences are everywhere. And when you venture outside of those fences, then you're I don't say treated like shit, because I know it's not personal, but it's still you sort of take it personally. I take it personally in the sense that I know I'm here without any yeah, any of that stuff, any of that baggage. I'm not in cooperation with anybody. Nobody, literally nobody behind the scenes. I'm not talking to anybody, deciding what I will and won't talk about, how far I can let any conversations or interactions go, what the chat, as long as the chat goes free and clear, and hopefully have a good conversation going between a few of you. That's fine with me. You get disruptors, right? Then there's a need to hand out wrenches, and then that escalates somewhat. But okay, you deal with that, but it's all part of the arena. And when you start venturing, asking questions and that are difficult or outside the remit, then you get true colors being shown. And if anyone hasn't heard it, I didn't give a shit about this, but just go on to one of Nathan Oakley's recent after shows, and I'm speaking there for about 3/4 of an hour. And I don't even breach any of the stuff that I'd love to fucking ask people, or I'd love to get more input on. You know what I mean? Let's move beyond the flat Earth. Flat Earth is not even true. I'll tell you that for nothing. Flat Earth is not even real. Flat Earth is not real because because it isn't. Because it isn't. You can say a certain aspect of things are flat, and that's fine. But that's only an aspect of things, right? That's an aspect of Earth. But now you have to go on and try and sort of picture or define the rest of the Earth. We'd agree there's an objective reality there. That's the best. That's the most basic thing we can agree on, right? That when I go out and there's a sky there, and if I meet up with you, we'll appreciate the sky, and if we do the same things, we'll have the same experiences, this sort of thing. There is objective reality. So yeah, when you say the Earth is flat, what do you mean by that? And that's a big difficulty as well. I think when you're talking to people, um, which it's not that I'm losing interest in talking to people about flat Earth, sort of though, in another sense. Like I know I can gauge the reaction generally. I think at this stage, people will definitely have to start finding out themselves. But when you're talking to people, one of the things is that fixed picture of the globe Earth in their mind that's already pre-formulated for them and occupying a sort of a prime position in their consciousness. So when you talk about flat Earth, they're immediately forced to try and discard that picture and replace it with something else. And of course, then all the basic questions come up. Will you fall off the edge? What's beyond? All of these different questions that occur to all of us. And when you have nothing to present to them, that's a problem. It is a problem. We think in pictures, and you can talk till the cows come home. But because most people haven't considered it seriously in the first place, it's sort of an exercise in futility to get into details. But for those of us who have decided well enough that the Earth is flat in comparison to the ball Earth, so we're given a fantasy, we're given a cartoon, and now our reckoning as to what reality is all in relation to that cartoon. So we have to sort of stop that in a big sense as well. But yeah, how far have we come? I think myself, we can't describe the Earth without coming to grips somewhat on what's beyond, i.e., what has replaced that vacuum of space, what is the nature of any container barrier, and what is the nature of the skylights, luminaries in relation to this barrier, and what is causing ultimately then what is causing the projection, what is it we're standing on, what do we mean by land, what do we mean by matter, do you understand, what do we mean by the oceans, what do we mean by sand, all of these new things, not new things, all old things, but they have to come under sort of new consideration and be considered as a whole, because that's the only thing there is. There is reality, there is the truth here, truth of our situation. So as I say, it seems once the ball Earth is diminished, and this is what I talk about. Another thing, frustrating to be aware of it, but all part of it as well. Yeah, the Bible literalists, the creationists have an answer for you. So in all of your confusion and all of your inability to formulate your own picture, you have a bunch of people waiting around to jump into your mind and craft with the finest of instruments a beautiful and complete picture for you, and no more questions needed. This is not how it works. This is not how it works, and these are the very influences that we need to be most aware of. You know, think about it. We really do. There's a different game in play here. Where you think you find yourself, first of all, ask yourself, where do you think you find yourself? Seriously. Now, how should you, how should you carry yourself, considering the question you asked yourself? Where do you find yourself? You know, um, everything I'm asking here, it's just to me, it's me asking myself this, yeah, so when you do ask some of these questions and you go looking for like-minded people, and you get involved somewhat, you soon see the limitations. You soon see the structures. You soon see the cooperations involved, and it makes perfect sense. Remember, everything else you found out is a lie, right? Everything. You tell me, anyone tell me in chat. Let me say hello to people in chat, and please forgive me. I don't go to chat too often because, in general, I should go a bit more, but in general, I don't do, because when I just talk my own way, it's difficult to do a few different things, and as you know, no, there isn't many people. There's nobody. Sean Hawkins said it the other day on, as if it was to prove anything. I guess it could be used to prove something in a sense, but who's talking the way you talk about the stuff that you talk about? Nobody, he said. And I said, well, maybe that's the case, but that doesn't mean there isn't any validity to it. That doesn't mean there isn't any validity to it. The only reason I've come to be so I won't say certain, right? You can't be certain about anything, but that I know Aristarchus plays a central role is not just because of my own observations and comparisons, but also because I know there's so many different clues, literary clues and otherwise, presented that point us in the same way. For instance, I'm drinking, as incidental, kind of star. Well, anytime you hear the word star, it's pointing towards the one and only star, Aristarchus. I'd have lots of things to say about that and a few different. Oh gosh, okay. Well, I'm waiting for that to come back. Am I still on? Yeah, I think I'm still on. Okay, yeah. Oh, well, I could go into that. I found a few different connections as well. If you remember Michael, so I've been saying, I say Paul Fall is the dodo, right? And if we remember the Beatles catalog, Beatle, Beatles, right? What does AT represent when we see a cat, CAT? Plenty of contributors with cat in their title. I'll break down the word CAT. Remember A pointing upwards, T pointing upwards as well, the top, right? This is the material versus the immaterial. This is that major bridge we cross when we leave the heliocentric, the material centered universe behind. So this is a fundamental stopping off point. When I think about it now, this is what it has to be a challenge, right? But this is the meme that's been passed around amongst the young, as I understand it. YOLO, you only live once. So they're being told, along with the heliocentric spinning ball Earth, Big Bang model, all you are is a bundle of material components which have developed some mystical aspects to them, but purely from a physical and explainable starting position. So yeah, this is a massive bridge to cross, and we were always meant to cross it as well. Yeah, the composition, the trinity within the immaterial, the material, and the Holy Ghost center, the heart bridge. Jesus points to his heart, right? Heart, we are human, heart center. Everything has to go through the heart because we're not just the immaterial, we are the immaterial driving the material. When the material goes, the immaterial remains, or the immaterial is back to full power, if you want to put it like that. Look at how limited our state is. if you think about it. It's a wondrous state. I was going to say to my mother today, it's wondrous, like it's miraculous when you think about it. Just us, just everything here. Just a conversation, it's miraculous beyond measure, but we forget about it. We've actually been sucked into a complete world of illusion and determinism. You see, everything has been determined, everything has been explained, so you don't need to think anymore. But, well, this is what rebirth is all about, the second coming. This is us coming from the death of the illusion and being reborn into reality. So when we are, I'm sure as flat earthers in general, I don't even like using that term, right? It's a loaded term. But as people who have come along this path, we can all appreciate that. Like there's a wonder to all of this that we can't put our finger on. We mightn't even dwell on it too often, but we know it's there. And yeah, it's an amazing thought. It's an amazing realization. Um, and that's what I think the rebirth is about. It's the individual's rebirth, the individual's second coming. The first coming was when you were born, first of all, right? The Big Bang references your entry into the material universe. And I have something very interesting to say. I could, just my own thoughts about the purpose of all of this experience. In potential anyway, and how important it is to learn certain things in life, because then you'll know what to do when you check out. And I like to think in terms of a puzzle that we set ourselves at this stage. So, it depends on how you view life. It's a difficult one. I mean, what's your view on life? It's easy to say terms like life is beautiful, but when we think about life and we try to sum it up, it becomes a lot more difficult. And I dare say, when life is running out, and especially at the very last moments, well, life becomes absolutely precious beyond measure indeed. But it is an interesting question, and I think these are all questions now we are being spurred on to ask. And not just as individuals, because the information is always out there as the individual, but as a collective mass now. And well, what we do with that, yeah. Is it about leaders? It's not about leaders, of course, but it is about strength. It is about shit. It is about courage, I suppose. It is about resilience. And it is about hope, right? What can you do except hope? Some people are down on hope, but no, it's a thought, right? It's a thought for something that's beyond the present, and hope is the best way to describe it. I mean, will I get up tomorrow? Well, I hope I get up tomorrow. I hope I'll wake up out of my sleep, but I can't say whether I will or not. So it's in that sense. But yeah. Yeah, once again, I think we have opened a whole new book, and this is our sort of entry level life. Life as we know it. Life is an anagram of if fell or I fell. I fell. They fell. Our I started. So you fell a tree. Interesting, isn't it? I fell tower. Remember, I talked about the towers taking the place of the giant trees in terms of the conductive nature and cooperation earthwide in terms of reinflating the bubble. I think that's on the cards. I think that's the greater story people are led into. And at this stage, there must be millions of people involved in the deception. There has to be. Every one of those Boer antagonists, they all know the Earth is flat, or they all know the Earth is not a globe in the given sense anyway, and there's a different game going on. So they all cooperate in harmony or in unison under a common cause. So they have been led in some sort of secret. And to me, something like that, what I'm saying, yeah, you'd play your part in that. You would play your part in that, right? So there's a history attached, a different history attached to the Earth, different history attached to our origins. There's an absolutely excellent reason, maybe to keep the masses in a certain state of affairs, certain state of thinking until everything is in place. And it's only then, when everything is in place, we reveal the truth to the masses, and everyone accepts absolutely the reasons for the deception, because the story is so, in one sense, you might say, tragic. The fall of Babel, right? The Tower of Babel. What would this represent as well? I think, all of these things tie in, and yeah, I think this might be something to do with the greater story, and that accounts for all of these different cooperators in deception. As I've said many, many times before, years ago at this stage, all things being equal, all things as they seem, these people are enemies of mankind. They're supporting a regime, a system that is absolutely on the surface, on the face of it, diabolical, and leads to absolutely diabolical wrongs and hurts. So, on the face of it, enemies of mankind, treason to the highest degree, um, death by hanging. I would do that to myself. I would hang myself. If I was to dish out judgment to myself, that's, I would say, yeah, hanging, and that's, you're getting off lightly with that. Getting off lightly with that. That's what I'd say. But I understand that all is not as it seems, and if these people are acting in unison, um, for specific purposes and specific reasons, well, yeah, it's up to us to find out then. And as I say, once we do find out, or if we do find out, we probably go, it's the same ourselves. If it's something along the lines that I'm thinking anyway, then people would find out about 9/11 being a fakery, media fakery extravaganza. You know what I mean? So you have the greater story unveiled, and then people would go, well, now I understand the reason for it, etc. Whereas without the proper context, then everything looks a certain way, and it's probably painted to look a certain way as well, all for the ultimate purposes of your own realization as a valued, priceless member of, well, what are you going to call it, the caucus human race? I want to be part of the human race. Um, So I'm sorry, I should get the chat, and I'll just say hello very quickly. Sky Fry, Bri, how you doing? Now, 9/11 will happen again in September with the asteroid that is predicted to hit the Earth. Well, whatever, man. I mean, but yeah, well, on a different matter, we know you're a faker and whatever you might be, Sky Fry, Bri. Anytime you want to go on camera and have a reasonable conversation, you're more than welcome, but I know that will never happen, right? But yeah, 9/11 is central to all of this, all of it, absolutely pivotal around 9/11. So we have to understand what 9/11 might mean for us. When I speak, I'm not telling you what's what. Don't be getting. I'm not telling you. All I can do is speak from my point of view, right? Now, if you were to hear a question one on one, I could trace my path back to the origins of my thinking and the evolution from there on in. But yeah, all I'm doing now is just speaking my mind where I'm at. So I'm not dictating anything, just so long as you know that. There's no one else here to speak, so that might be the way it sort of comes across. No, this is just one man's story. But 9/11 is pivotal to all of this, and fundamentally 9/11 is about us. 9/11 was an inside job, we were told, right? Inside you. It's all about you. Job, we reference the book of Job, right? Book of Job and the trials. And guess where Job was from? From the city or the area of Uz, U-Z, Uz, Uz. Job is us. You are Job, right? You've been tested. You've been tested. And yeah, 9/11 was an inside job. Again, it applies intimately to you. You are representative of your fellow man. You are simple as that. That's male, me, female, um, um, man, woman, or child, right? It doesn't matter. You were a representative. We were all that once. If you're a male now, you were a young boy. If you're a female, you were a young girl, right? If you're a tranny, you were a young tranny. Shout out to trannies and fannies and strap-on tackle packages and all things shackled in general. So just to show you I'm not mean-spirited. Flat Accord Music, how you doing, fam? Good to see you, bud. I don't think I've seen you here too often anyway. Excellent. I was going to have a little break early as it is, and maybe if I could play your music, but I don't think the sound comes through very good. But oh man, I love that song. That's fantastic, absolutely fantastic song, and very moving and gets to the heart of matters. We are not alone in all of this, right? We are in a divided state, and well, our soul. You know what our soulmate is. Now that I think about it, fam, our soulmate is the external. So, you know, when we think of, when I say Jesus is within, is the Son, yeah, that's the sense that I mean it in, that everything is a part of the same thing. So that connection has to be made. And that's what I said via contrast. And we were given all along the external universe, which is, it couldn't be further from being tangible, right? It's any direction you look, you're looking into gleams of distance and time. And yeah, you couldn't feel smaller in a much larger enclosure. um, you know, so yeah, this is what I think the soulmate is absolutely about. Soul is you, Sol. You are the sun. There's sun, there's intimate connection between the sun and us. Now, as you know, I, in my thinking, have traced the sun back to Aristarchus, and Aristarchus being the decapitated tree of life. And I was happy to see that the apple tree at the start of your video, fam. Let me try to get it up here. uh, Hopefully without too much disturbance. Excellent, man. Yeah. So it definitely took a lot from that video, but the trees play a prominent part. Well, absolutely. As I said, life is if L or I fell, you fell a tree. Aristarchus, the decapitated tree of life. And life is all encompassing, you see. So this is how it sort of ties in. But yeah, now that we've done away with this well, drastic externalization of our reality, everything can come much more close and personal. It can be that inside job, and yeah, that is finding our soulmates, our soulmate, right? Um, okay, let me. Okay, what I'm gonna do now is, okay, first of all, I'm gonna get the link. I think I remember thinking it was part of my own computer as well, but no, I think it's some sort of ploy in YouTube, that you know they want you to play live music or live videos or chat over them or chat about them. They want to sort of ruin the experience somehow. So I'll just put the main link in chat. Anyone who requires a wrench or anything, let me know about any reason, and I'll gladly oblige. In the meantime, Frida's comes through okay, and let me share my screen. I'll just have a little break and say hello to everyone. If it doesn't come through okay, you might click the link yourself and put the video on yourself while it's playing if you want the visuals. So let me just get there now. There we go. Just make sure the volume is okay. Up to 72 again. 72 names for God. 888. Yeah, this seems fine now. Everything for a reason. And as I said last time, I was born in 1972, which when it sort of clicked with me, I was going, fucking hell, whatever. But here we go at the start. An apple. Maybe it's not an apple tree of. But let's hope this comes through okay. It's certainly coming through okay for me. But yeah, how you doing, fam? Flat accord music, and I'll get back into chat in a minute. Give me 2 minutes. Look at the stars. The star refers to Aristarchus. Excellent. I hope that came through. If it didn't, well, you have to blame YouTube. I'm sorry about that. There was definitely no problem before, and other people have been saying you can't hear videos being played. This is a very interesting video, bud. I don't know what you know, but certain things resonating. That's an apple tree, and well, to me, I mean, but it's a tree to begin with, and well, as I say, I'm just reading the story. As the story goes, the tree has been decapitated, cut down. The bite has been taken from the apple. The toroidal field, the collapsed toroidal field. And yeah, there's no separating trees from anything. Absolutely not. And you know, we're reminded of that, or as we're reminded of so many things upon entry, right? Now, often people go, well, how's that work in a different language? I don't know, man. But what I do know is it's the same idea, right? So that'll be translated into everything because the same thing applies to all of us. But yeah, how many countless millions of people have sung? What's the most famous lullaby you sing to your children, the loves of your life? Well, it's Rockabye Baby, right? So you've been told right there on entry, you are listening to the lullaby as the baby in the cot or in the pram. The story, Rockabye Baby, on the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. When the bough breaks, the cradle will fall. Down will come baby, cradle and all. The cradle of civilization, right? So we have fallen into this divided state, and we've been told there and then at the very outset. So I've also pointed out regarding the dodo that for millions, think about it, it's the first word for millions of consciousnesses in terms of baby consciousnesses. They associate with the soothing feeling is the dodo. It's give me the where's the dodo? Give me the dodo to comfort them. So again, nothing by accident, and well, like children we must become. So anything we were exposed to as children, the simpler the better, then the more sense we can attribute to it, the more truth we can attach to it. Um, so there's the tree to begin with. Here we have, well, I'm not going to spend the whole time giving my interpretation. I'm sure it's like a song, any song form in some sense that, um, you know, the interpreter can and sometimes does read more into it than intended, but what can you do? Man's just speaking his mind. We see a few things here. We see this circular planar motion. We see stars by the dozen, and well, in association with the previous image, which was the tree, well, represents one image to my brain. So the needle is up around the spindle, right? Or yeah, it's connected to the spindle, which is the central pole, if you want to put it like that. And then we have the disc rotating around, and yeah, we know when we come to Earth, the flat Earth. Again, what do you mean by that? But we know that something is moving. So it's like we have to look at it like a clock mechanism, very simple clock mechanism, if you want. So you can't take apart one part of the clock and call that the clock, and leave out the other component parts, right? So this is the way we have to think in terms of, and we're encouraged to think in terms of, again, the externalization is done now. We're on a flat Earth, which is much more up close and personal. And I keep using that term because that's exactly what Aristarchus is described as in that link I often present. Which, yeah, when I think of it anyway, in terms of instructions or means or ideas for you, these are of the most significant. 9/11 was an inside job, right? Once we make our way through the different layers prepared to it, we get through the Judy Wood and Demi Tree, the Judy Wood, Demi Tree, Kalazov sagas, and we make our way towards fakery. Then we can see through the symbolic and right, start to put a deeper picture together and understand, yeah, exactly what's been said. That there's no separating us from any of this. It is truly an inside job. not just as it applies to you, but as the earth itself applies to you. So what is the earth? And well, what now? Where do you go with that one? Yeah, where do you go with that one? Try to explain that to somebody. I mean, first of all, you have to sit down for a week away with a big, massive bag of weed. But yeah, well, I mean, that's at the end of the day, that's what it is, isn't it? It's one person's view or vision of things, just communicating it with somebody else. That's what we're about here. If I hadn't hang out tonight, we wouldn't be having these thoughts. We can't probably everything along similar lines, but wouldn't be having these thoughts specifically, talking this way specifically, had I not decided to do a hangout. You know what I mean? So yeah, stars everywhere. The stars, as we experience them, are as a result of this destruction, this decapitation of Aristarchus. Now, you can just imagine the light show beforehand, when the tree was intact, above and below. You can just imagine it, like wondrous beyond measure. And maybe this is what some of the planets are sort of limbs, limbs of the tree. Some more sort of permanent fixture like that. And as I say, well, if you think of it in terms of a fiber optic tree, decapitated, cut at the base, yeah, well, you have a different expression of the same energies against, well, a different screen or backdrop, a collapsed contour barrier. But it is waters. It's water everywhere. Water is the heart of the material. You can see the letter W at the front, which is pointing downwards, right? The double V, the Eve, Adam and Eve. Adam points upwards, A for the immaterial, and then we have Eve down to the material. Water is the very heart of the material. We're born when our mothers, our matters, waters break. So yeah, once again, this is all about separating the material from the ethereal and the immaterial. And well, signs or sins, they deal with just the material alone. This is all they're doing. They're looking at effects and they're trying to explain them in the best way. They're not getting any closer to causes. That's all they're doing. They're just looking at effects and trying to explain them in relation to a certain preconceived universe. That's all it is. Forget their fucking big words. Forget big words or fancy concepts or ideas. Apply everything to um, your own being and your own thinking, because there's no higher or lower thinking. It's in one sense, I think it's all simple, and needs must it's all simple. We just sort of we fuck with words, we fuck with notions, fuck with brains, fuck with people's understanding, and confused and confounded everything and everybody, until we ended up in a complete fantasy, a complete world that only exists within the brain. This is where the word is so vital. This is the double-edged sword that Jesus returns with. The S word is, right? This is how is the sword, is because it has such strength. We are not the material. So within our thought, as we give life to concepts and ideas, we are, I guess we're expending energy. If we are creators, and as we are creators, we know that. But if we are of a much greater power, then that would be a waste of divine energies, if you will. If we're given life to something that has absolutely no life at all. And that's what we do when we give reality to this matrix world represented by. Once, and this is the whole point, this is the stepping off point. Once you can step off of that, well, where do you go then? What to seek out after that? Well, you're not really seeking out anything in a sense. Reality is just finding you. So I'm just having a cigarette here. So I've mentioned before, okay, yeah, so I started talking about Paul McCartney earlier on, so just to finish that off as a little point of interest. Paul McCartney, the dodo, right, Paul Fall, that's what that represented, that division, that divided state, that mirroring of self. Yeah, Paul was a dodo. If you remember back in the maybe early 90s, there was a big fight for the Beatles catalogue, and well, one of the big contenders was Michael Jackson, and he eventually won it. And he gathered all the rights to all the Beatles' back music. And yeah, well, if you follow the story forward, Michael Jackson, the king of pop, faked his death, right? So yeah, his last concert was supposed to be "This Is It, This Is It," and Michael Jackson then left the scene, but he did fake his death. He made it clear that he faked his death. So if you were curious or inquisitive at all, you certainly found that out in short order. Now, what is the bigger, greater game afoot? Well, this character called the Five Alive Dodo came out in 2013 or something like that. I did before I knew anything like this. But the association was clearly made that it was intended to represent Michael Jackson in some form. It was just letting these fans know, the ones who had followed all his clues, that yeah, he was still alive and well. But that association was made prior to anything I had to do with it. All I did was put it in this greater sense, flat Earth sense. So yeah, we can see that transition then from Paul McCartney, who was the dodo, to Michael Jackson, who was the Five Alive dodo. Well, via Michael Jackson taking over the Beatles' back catalogue. So all very interesting, isn't it? Another thing I was just thinking about tonight was mass. We have the basics of the fundamentals of both the religious and the physical world. The name chosen was the mass, right? MASS. And well, once we break it up a little bit, that's am SS. So I am SS, right? What might that mean? Well, S is the divided state, right? So am SS is we are the divided state that um, I guess needs piecing together. When you connect an S and a backwards S, you get an 8, right? And the 8 is the twisted zero. We are the 8. And I've often put 8 8 in terms of the infinity sign on the underside, and well, it's dodo, right? Or it's very very close to dodo. It's almost indistinguishable. It's almost written that way, but yet we are the dodo. We are the divided state, and remember that the dodo represents the external world in terms of the changing face of the earth post decapitation of Aristarchus. This is where the Gleason's map comes into things when you rotate it upside down. So Australia's at the bottom, a certain bird jumps out at you. That's the dodo bird. So all of those early and basic sort of instructions to you via the soother, via money being called do, via the musical scales, do to do, via bread, the most basic component being made from dough, etc., 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 etc. So it's kept there in your consciousness. So now, just like with the Michael Jackson thing and Five Alive Dodo, now I have the context for that that no one else has. You see, so it's all about the proper context for making these sort of associations. But ultimately, yeah, the bigger story being everything leading back to, well, the external reality, the external, as we call reality, and how it pertains to the internal reality. And well, as again, life is if L or I fell. We fell trees for a reason. That name was chosen. That word was chosen. Um, for particular reasons. Everything is interconnected. And yeah, I'm SS. Have you heard of the ISS as you come to Flat Earth? You paid particular attention to it. ISS. And I pointed out before, connecting both beautifully, or well, what I was talking about earlier on, but connecting 9/11 and the ISS beautifully is a character called David We ISS. So we ISS. So me and you are ISS. Or sorry, RSS. So well, you know, you can put these things down to a coincidence all you like, but off you go. You ain't changing my mind on it. David Weiss tells us that another one to do an interview on Fakeologist Radio. It's amazing now because I was, you know, fake. If you haven't heard of Fakeologist, well, I'm going to say, you know, it's still active today and it's very impressive contributors as well. You can be sure I don't go there anymore, but I used to go there back in 2012, 13, 14, and there used to be many different radio talks as well. You hear me on there, lots of different characters. But yeah, Mark Sargent did his first radio interview on Fakeologist. So look at the number. How many interviews has he done now? Maybe hundreds at this stage. Certainly, he's had an audience of hundreds of thousands, millions on some occasions. So that would be a pretty big milestone where he did his first interview. If Mark Sargent receives the fame that he so richly deserves, maybe. But yeah, David Weiss also did an interview at Fakeologist, and he was almost not to get what do you call it in this. I'll go down, minimize this. I might get back to. You see, do I have? Sorry, fam. You see, do I have a habit of drifting off? Sorry about that. I might go through my own personal decoding of that, or what I think it represents. There were some very very interesting images you chose. So whatever you know or whatever you don't know, that's okay. But yeah, David Weiss did his one of the first interviews as he arrived in the Flat Earth arena, friend to a Rothschild, we're told as well, over at Fakeologist. And yeah, he started talking about all the fakery, but he had a big but. He knew people who were supposed to have died. He also was a direct witness to the buildings collapsing themselves, the buildings disappearing into their own footprint. And where did he say he saw it? Well, he heard it on the television, the attacks. He said he would drive to a local beach and look at the Twin Towers collapsing over the water. So, yeah, all very specific. And I think by the end of the interview, he was sort of found out on details. You know, I knew from that point he was acting his part. Then of course he comes along and starts promoting Judy Wood. Judy Wood. So we have that Beach Wood connection. Then we have, yeah, in his name itself, David Weiss, or WISS. So yeah, this SS is significant, right? What does it represent? Well, as I say, we have to apply everything to ourselves. We understand, or at least we're told that the right brain operates the left side, and the left brain connects or operates the right side. And this is what the S and the separate S represents. So yeah, this deep concept of mass, MS. I can certainly see in my own, I'm not saying that I have all the answers or anything like that. I'm just saying I can certainly see how everything is sort of connecting. And Michael Jackson sang about ABC, 1, 2, 3. It's as easy as that. Well, if we understand the numbers and the letters and how they apply to us, then maybe we can make real progress. And yeah, the upshot being, can you see how you can make a 33 out of an SS? I'll leave you with that, or I'll leave that particular, what do you call it, with that. But yeah, very interesting. We know the significance of 33, or at least we think we do. We know it has a certain significance. So what maybe is that significance? I'll remind you as well, just to put something else with the 33 and the SS, something called the whole E spirit. Whole E. What might a whole E represent? So when we think of all these component parts, like the Earth as a whole, externally, we can't hope to make progress unless we start to sort of identify some component parts, like the analogy to the clock. We have to see how everything sort of connects to everything else. And remember, in our previous frame of mind, that clock was separated, all of its minuscule components in terms of universal distances, where everything was absolutely blown apart. There was no, you could probably recognize the parts, right, the component parts, but there was absolutely no hope of even imagining them ever being pieced together, because again, that illusion of separation, that education, separation education, had been instilled in you. So yeah, it's the exact same thing with working out ourselves and how the external applies to the internal. Remember, 9/11 was an inside job. Aristarchus gets up close and personal. So yeah, the whole E spirit. And when we bless ourselves, think about what you do, what you say, how it applies to the three different aspects of you. The Trinity is within you: the Father, the immaterial center, the Son, the material center, right? And then the whole E, spirit, spine. I was thinking of another character, and I was saying, isn't that clever? One character that comes up in association with the Beatles. I don't think too deeply or get too involved in it, but one character that's ever present, behind the scenes man, and there isn't much said or interviews done with, is someone called Neil Aspinall. And I have my own suspicions about what might be going on there, but I did think for a while that this was the real Paul. So he was said to have worked with Paul McCartney, but as we had this all theatre going on, and all these switcheroos, yeah, Neil Aspinall, I thought for a while, who worked over long periods with the Beatles and later on with Paul McCartney himself, was Paul, or was the original Paul, that they were working hand in hand. And all of the different conspiracies. And Anthony Riley just reminds me, he's another one who was feet fast in Paul died in a car crash, and they had to replace him. For whatever reasons, just the popularity was too great, so they got they got some sort of a body double in and did all necessary work. No, that's like being stuck on, well, exactly where Anthony Riley is as well. It's like being stuck on Dmitry Kalazov or Judy Wood in terms of the 9/11 story. You're stuck within the theater and you miss the greater meaning. So yeah, we have to well, once again, separate the literal from the symbolic. And once we make our way through the literal, well, we find the symbolic is very appropriate indeed to our story. It's all our story. It's the same story for all of us. So yeah, Neil Aspinall, but yeah, what interesting. It's an anagram of alien. I was thinking about Neil Armstrong being an anagram of Go or Big G North's Mr. Alien. It's not an anagram, it's just in reverse. So when you look at Neil Armstrong, the name in reverse, Go North's Mr. Alien. Well, Neil Aspinall, this mysterious character associated with the Beatles, is a spinal alien. So the reason I mentioned that is because, as I say, it's all about us, our being. First of all, what it is in relation to itself, and then what it is in relation to the external. So yeah, alien, spinal alien. Yeah, so you see the spine connects the all centers, the immaterial, the material, and the heart center, the bridge between the material and the immaterial. And us being in human form, H-U man, everything goes through the heart. That's why Earth is an anagram of heart. No separating things. So, but isn't that interesting in itself? Like that whole sort of connection of dots all tying together. Um, I pointed out the last time with Ringo Starr. He's credited on was it Northern Lights? Was it what was the name? I have it here. I'll get it up. Whatever. One of their albums. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Northern Songs. So isn't that funny in itself? Northern Songs. North. Anagram of Thorn. Enthor. But here, yeah, you can't probably see my screen, but it doesn't matter. I'd have to stop sharing, reshare it. But his name is given. Let me actually do that. I'll stop sharing, just in case you didn't see this last time, which you definitely did. Okay, let me just. Here you go. Yep. So Northern Songs album with Blackbird as the main song, I think. No, I'm so tired. Well, I didn't even know this. I'm a shit researcher, honestly. But look, I just jumped out at me. Lennon McCarthy, McCartney, not McCarthy. G. Harrison, R.I. Son, R.I. Starkus. R.I. Starkus is the son. So there we have the H as well, H.R. Son. But then we have R. Starkey, Ringo Starr, Starkey. Now, I already pointed out that the dodo is associated with Mauritius. And Mauritius in the national emblem, we have the motto translated as star and key of the Indian Ocean. And if I remember correctly now, didn't the Beatles, wasn't there a big thing about the Beatles going off to India and coming back sort of with well, transcendental. Oh, fuck it, that's bringing my memory back now to when I talked about that sort of stuff. How everything fucking connects in. So their whole trip, so it's all theater. So there we have, yeah, star and key of the Indian Ocean. Well, that's Mauritius, and Mauritius, the home of the dodo. Now, I've told a story about Mauritius before. Well, not right. So, no, it's not a story even. I was just working in a place in England. And here we have, look, I was just talking about 33, 33 a second ago. So, yeah, that's okay. But I was working in a place in about 1996 or something. And we got with one particular guy there, and he was just talking about Mauritius, and he painted such a fucking beautiful picture of it. And especially stuck in a fucking warehouse doing shit packing work or something. He painted such a beautiful picture of it that it stuck in my brain. And if I had to say to myself, right, you have to go somewhere, or if someone said it to me now, that would have been the place that I would have picked. Honestly, out of anything, if I, never been there, never even looked into it, and this guy just painted such an amazing picture of it, and yeah, that would be the answer I would have given, not knowing any of this. So whether the calling there for me, whether it's some sort of a gateway, and it's actually a French-owned island as well, and they speak French there, and je parle français, I could do with brushing up on that. But whether it's a literal key as well, whether it's a place like a star fort or something, what I actually think star forts are, right, are but that's amazing, isn't it? So that connection alone. Remember, these are the most famous band in history. So that they have him down there as Richard Starkey. So Ringo Starr. I guess that must be his name, but I didn't know that until I saw this. But Richard Starkey, and yeah, then I thought about the Star and Key of the Indian Ocean, and now I just thought about their trip to India and all of the different press surrounding that. Well, I pointed out before, Lenin is a Christ-like figure. Aristarchus, CHUS, is a diminutive or a shortened version of the name Jesus in Spanish. We talked about McCartney already. If you don't know about the switcheroo, if you're still on the fence about the switcheroo, well, let me show you how. Let me just show you this. Let me show you this, and I'm settled on this anyway. And we were always meant to know this, but imagine the media were honest with some of this stuff. Honest to God, imagine I already did an interview with a guy in the local press here, and that's last year when I was living in my car. You know, King of Era, which we're all. Listen, my friends, we're all the highest authority here on the land. Don't make any bones about it. That's absolutely the case. When I use king and queen, I use those terms lightly. We have no sort of different way to relate to our authority, but it is far beyond that. You know, we are of a different kind. We're royal highnesses. So, yeah, I went in at that stage to do an interview. And your man was fair enough as well. I mentioned lots of stuff, but I knew none of it would get mentioned. But I'm gonna go back in actually and pressure him, but no, it doesn't matter. But yeah, imagine some of this stuff. Let me just find it now. So many pictures. Shit, anyway, I mean, definitely know I have a picture. I don't want to go over here now because it's good old Will. Okay, I missed it. Back to the start we go. But it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. It'll be worth the wait for those who haven't considered this before. Shit, anyway. Here we go. Look, I missed it. Here we go. Here we go. I missed it to start with. Fall, I put it under. There you go. Perfect. Right. So if you haven't heard this before, in the center we have a young Paul McCartney. On the right we have an older Paul McCartney. And on the left we have a mysterious character. Now I'll explain who the mysterious character is. And those of you who've heard me mention this before, well, you know it is already, but I'll explain who it is, and I'll ask you to weigh it up to think in terms of probabilities, again, think in terms of no coincidences on flat Earth, and think in terms of, I guess, the volume of the story being told to these what do you want, performers, actors, whatever you want to label them as. So in the center we have a young Paul McCartney, as I say. On the right we have the present Paul McCartney, and then on the left we have, I just took a still shot and compare it now. All things considered, what do you reckon? If you were pushed and you said, and you were told, right, you have to make a choice, which one represents the guy in the middle more closely, let's say 50 years later, for 4 to 50 years later, a substantial amount of time later, which one would you say? Now, I remember asking this to one of these bowler antagonists, like MMA, his name was, and he hadn't a clue what I was talking about. Not what I was talking about. He didn't know anything about who these characters were, and what the comparison was all about, etc. And he was a dirty, rotten, low-down, lying bowler antagonist for the most part. But I knew he was telling the truth here because he didn't know what it was about. But when he was asked his opinion, or when he was asked the exact same question, I just asked you, well, you know who I'm going to say. He pointed out immediately, even though there was other people in the panel, other not anti-conspiracy crew members, bowler antagonists in the panel, going, no, it's definitely your man on the right. Yeah, you're just back in tinfoil hat, conspiracy nutcase, and all this sort of stuff. But yeah, this guy who was on their team, yeah, he picked the guy on the left, and for me as well, it's absolutely the guy on the left. There's a few minor variations, but it's exactly the picture, not exactly, but almost exactly a picture that I would paint 50 years later on. And I couldn't get really much closer, definitely a million miles away from this guy. Now, when I combine that with what was in my head anyway, knowing that this guy was fallen in the first place, lots of plastic surgeries and all that sort of stuff, went into making the man be such a what do you call it, a close replica. So I had plenty of other information that I was bringing into the comparison. But I'll ask yourself, let me just go into chat briefly. What do you think yourself? And then I'll tell you where your man came from. Anyone any thoughts on that? What do you reckon? Sorry, I shouldn't say hello. I'm sorry about that. Irving, how you doing, bud? How you doing? Good to see you, man. Not need for any wrenches or anything like that. I know you've seen all of this before, Irving, but good question as well. And just as it ties into this greater theater and this greater sort of puzzle piecing, well, you know, why not? Why not? Yeah, what do you reckon? Anyone who's listening, what do you reckon? How you doing? IFR X or KO? Okay, how you doing? What do you reckon? Which guy would you give it to? Daniel Lefebvre. How you doing, Daniel? I'd say hi to Jennifer Wilterburn. How you doing, Jennifer? And Physics Rules Forever. How you doing, physics? Just going through a little comparison here. And move on then. I say how you doing to Reality Creator. How you doing, bud? 2.88 mile mushroom. How you doing, man? Wall as well. Oh, is there a frog? Is there a link between the frog and the dodo? Okay, I haven't been reading the chat. Sorry about that. Oh gosh, you see, this is what I'm saying. I mean, yeah, it's some very interesting conversations can get going in chat, and this is where I think we're all here to learn from each other, right? I'm just fucking waffling on in the background, but Yeah, everything for a reason. Everything we hear, everything we sort of try to piece together. I think it's for the ultimate purposes of, well, having the purpose of piecing things together. So eventually, while the truth will overcome us all, but we can sort of make our way towards it, you know, at an accelerated pace if we, well, untrain ourselves. How about that? Like children must become. So yeah, yeah, good to see you again. Flat Earth, flat accord music. Mind of Manny, how you doing, Manny? Appreciate that offer, Skyflag. Right, I'm a YouTube channel. I have a page called Hangout. It's only music and it's all CC, and that means Creative Commons. So you can replay it on YouTube with no copyright. Okay, appreciate that. Baron Bonkovich, how you doing? No, that's I hope the song came through okay. Flat accord music, as I said, I think YouTube are shutting it down. But oh man, that's a absolutely beautiful song. You know, one of those songs that sort of stays with you. And I sort of have a piano here as well. So and I said it's well, it did inspire me. So I started my own version of not version of it, sort of variation of it, and it took a different path. Then yeah, I was messing around with piano. But yeah, excellent. It's a brilliant song, and well, look, I can relate to Ikikomori, right? I can relate to that. Mento mori, absolutely. This is something we apply to. It applies to all of us, and whatever these terms sound like, well, yeah, it's what they represent that we can all relate to. But I'm going to get back to, and if I missed anybody, sorry about that. Um, oh, I have, sorry, Daniel. No, Daniel actually reminded me of an excellent one today, right? Another excellent one. So, oh, for fuck's sake, look at how it works, right? So I was just talking about Paul, but just about to get back to Paul, right? And I was thinking, in one of my suggestions, the book of Sirach came up, Sirach. I was going, wow, that's like Aristarchus is like a few letters missing, TA or US. And immediately what came to mind was the book of Sirach and then the remaining letters, Paul of Tarsus. And of course, we have the very close association between Paul and Jesus. And I tell you, Jesus was the dodo. Jesus is like the rest of us. We're in this divided state, and it's the same thing that represents all of us. No separating yourself from it, and we know that one of the big arguments is, Bible literalism. I asked John Quantum Eraser the other day, and he exploded on me. Very difficult to say. Jesus, you wouldn't do that in a million years if you were face to face with someone having a conversation, someone expressing their point of view. But I did ask John, Quantum Eraser, about Bible. I did point out how the Bible literalists were waiting at the door of flat Earth for us, and that he was a Bible literalist. He took the Bible literally, and yeah, I asked him, was that the case? Or he objected to it first of all. I asked him, is that the case? And he said, well, there are different um, literary devices used, and that everything is not in a completely literal sense. And then that's fair enough. That's a different answer from a lot of Bible literalists. But I asked him, was the story of Jesus literal or figurative, which was the term he used, or metaphoric or allegorical, representative, whatever terms you want to use. And well, immediately he said, no, that is a literal story. So that's the jumping off point. And yeah, it's again externalization. You crafting a picture of a man that you want to hold up, and there's some people want you to hold up as an idol um, before your mind, before your being, and you can't do it. You're not allowed to do that. You can't do it. You're told not to do that. Imagine you told yourself. Imagine you wrote the commandments yourself, and you were instructing yourself after knowing you were going into a puzzle, a game of forget and remember, forget and remember. Imagine that. Well, that's the first thing that you would say, isn't it? Because we can't see outside ourselves. So again, we have to be aware of all of these different influences or factors or forces But yeah, isn't that interesting? Book of Sirach, and the first thing that came to my brain with the rest of the letter is Paul of Tarsus, and there we have that Paul Paul connection to Jesus, and we also have that John Lennon connection to Jesus, but also that Paul connection with the dodo. Um, yeah, fucking hell. What do you do with that? What I suppose I could do like some 5 minute quick videos, something like that, make a more coherent case. But I'm not even too inclined to do that, to be honest. For what purpose? Like, you know. Rather than have you with a blank screen, let me just bring up that screen again. Then there you go. Let me tell you. So yeah, let me just tell you who the character on the left is. Then look at the eyes. Look at the relationship of the eyes and the natural sort of comparison between the two, and the nose, and look at the mouth as well. Very convincing, and the ears, the positioning of the ears in relation to one another. Yeah, an absolute match. Slight variation in the nose. Um, um, who knows what might have happened in the intervening time, but very good representative. Well, doesn't it turn out that this guy on the left is the caretaker of Paul McCartney's um, childhood family home in Liverpool? Now, the Liverpool beetle, right? Liverpool pigeon. We know the dodo bird didn't exist. So this is how everything is pointing us to the same ongoing story. Remember the dodo bird, the story is going since 1598. This is why I'm saying that this is an all-encompassing puzzle, right? So we're told that the dodo bird, who didn't exist, its nearest living relative is a Liverpool pigeon. Of all the birds they could choose, it's a Liverpool pigeon. Well, there's a Liverpool, the home of the Beatles. Here we have Paul McCartney and Paul. So on both sides of the central original figure, we have the two representatives. He's almost divided in two, right? The real from the reflection, from the replica. Um, but yeah, this guy on the left, caretaker of the McCartney family home in Liverpool. And you go on YouTube and just type in that term, and you'll see him in an interview on camera, just chatting to people he was showing around the home. And make of it what you will. I say we were always meant to figure this out. He was put there, and we're supposed to piece the clues together. That's the only explanation I can come up with. I've often said, before, this is a game of clues, and I have absolutely no doubt that the clues are there and placed there purposefully. At the end of the day, after you solve the clues, you might still be in for a horrific end. They'll just spit roast you, whoever these dastardly enemies are, spit roast you and get more enjoyment out of that. And say, ha, we got you, we built up your hopes in a sense. But that could be the scenario. But that these clues are certainly placed there and span vast, well, as we consider, long periods of time. Um, I have no doubt of anyway, whatever you might be thinking yourself as the one is listening. So I opened up with the. I didn't even get to talk about that too much. Closing, rounding off the opening song. Just getting to start about the opening song. Let it be he, Mother Mary. Let it be he must. I pointed out ages ago. These are all clues. Pointing us towards the same thing. And where do we find the behemoth? In the book of Job. In the book of Job, remember 9/11 was an inside Job, right? The trials and tribulations of Job, right? So, yeah, excellent. So what do you make of that yourself? If you want me to zoom in a little bit here. Very, very similar. Very, very similar. So, yeah. The reason it was put there was for us to follow the clues and take it from there. Look at this guy. It looks nothing, for me anyway, it looks nothing like this guy. Absolutely nothing. But as I say, I'm also equipped with prior information or prior learnings that this guy has undergone many different plastic surgery, whoever he might be in reality. It looks like this guy is a woman now as well, a female, born a female. But he looks completely unnatural. But I can't. I won't say anything against Paul because he's the dodo. He's playing his part. He's playing his part. So actually now, because I heard it today, it'd be a perfect time just to. Yesterday, all my troubles seem so far away. Now I need a place to hide away. Oh, I believe in yesterday. Suddenly, I'm not half the man I used to be. There's a shadow hanging over me. Oh, yesterday. Why she had to go, I don't know. She wouldn't say. I said something wrong. Now I long for yesterday. Love was such an easy game to play. Now I need a place to hide away. Oh, I believe in yesterday. Why she had to go, I don't know. She wouldn't say. I said something wrong. Now I long for yesterday. Love was such an easy game to play. I need a place to hide away. Oh, I believe in Lovely. So we tie in everything. Yesterday is not just one man pining after a lost love. It's the story of us all in this divided state and how we all long for that reunification. This is where, as I say again, our whole notion of external reality comes into play. And this being a literal interpretation of your soulmate, getting back to Fam's chord music's song title, Soulmate, You Soulmate. So yeah, it is connecting that external and internal reality. And well, Paul the Dodo has the chief role. The character of the Dodo is the chief role. That's what I say. It's been played by. Let me think of listening in to the characters. Paul McCartney here of the Beatles, the most famous band in history. Michael Jackson, the king of pop, right, the most famous pop artist in history. Thom Yorke. So it's all got to do with music, and why not? If music be the food of love, play on. Thom Yorke, lead singer of Radiohead, is the Dodo, and well, Charles Dodgson, Lewis Carroll was the Dodo. Um, well, Jesus was the Dodo. Sounds mad to say it, but in that divided sense, yes, it is. It's the situation again. Jesus is the Son is within. So the Son came into being with that dividing or decapitating of Aristarchus. Aristarchus, perfect anagram of Christ's aura or Christ's gold sun. So Jesus, definitely the dodo as well. My brother Andrew suggested that one day, and I sort of light bulb went off. Yes, it is true. But yeah, I leave this comparison here. But if you have a mind to inquire, this is where it's leading you. This is where it's leading you, and well, you've got to make what you will of that yourself. I might do that actually. Skype fly by. Let me go to your channel and just play a little bit of music. You remember the character Otto from Trek. Star Trek is wrecked star. But the um, character Otto, yeah, what was the shapeshifter? Transformative character. Oh, nice. Hang on. Well, just as we're talking about Jesus, let's play this and hopefully it comes up. And this is for non-profit purposes. So let's see what. Okay. Okay. We can see perspective and action here. Skyfly Bry. So you do want to take notice. Look at how big this guitar looks. How little this one looks. But that must be going over the curvature in some way. Maybe that's been bent in space time. Right? But let's go back to the start here. This is Red Pill Philosophy or something. This is the Bible True Song extended version by Clint Anderson. Okay. Well, I hope you can. I hope you can hear it. And let me go back to the start, and I'll leave you with it for a few seconds, a few minutes.
No, tu vois, il y a another glass. I couldn't. Another glass. Guys, imagine.
No, al final no me lo llamo. I don't know if that came true or not. I hope it did anyway. Well, that was hilarious. Why did he drag it on to 9 minutes? Why did he drag it on to 9 minutes? This is the extended version. It's the same verse over and again. Can no man from anywhere more make a monkey out of me? Well, I have bad news for you, bud. I think we are part monkey, we are part pig, we're part reptile, we are part dog. I think you name the organism. We are part it, to some degree or other. How does that phase you? How does that hit you? Also, this is not the perfect world. We're in a destroyed, we're in a destroyed, divided state, and not just within the literal, but beyond that as well. So, look at the children in the background. That's hilarious, isn't it? I mean, because all he's doing after about the first two, all I got gathered from it all was he's singing about three verses, and the rest of it is just repeating the same thing and stressing that You can't make a monkey out of me. And the children aren't even playing in tune, so that's a tough gig to to sit down to. I never make my Steve sit down and me do that. Unless it was a joke or something. I was trying to piss him off. But well, that's funny now, isn't it? That's funny. And look, every man has his thoughts on things. Are you gonna let that man tell you what's what? Well, of course we listen to our fellow man with all due respect, but no one can tell us what's what. And we'll put that with the rest, and we'll make what we will of it. Um, hope that came true. That's funny. That's funny. Just when I'm on it, on the link here at the top, Call Letter Blues. That's the second song I sang at the start, and um, Bob Dylan again. But a line was interesting to me. Here we go. Yeah. When I gaze at passing strangers, in case I might see you, but the sun goes around the heavens, and the day just drives on through. Well, of course it does, doesn't it? Of course it does. So we can look back now on all of these different songs, and insignificant as the lyric appears at the time, see it in a different light. These people are in on the secret, right? This is not a secret. When I say that the true nature of our earth is known absolutely to some, um, to others, varying degrees of need to know basis. Ultimately, I think there has to be a mystery in life for all of us. So, the bowler antagonists, returning bowler antagonists, and most of not all of the main flat earthers as well. They know more than they let on. What exactly is it that they know, and how does that apply to maybe their greater experience in life? Who knows? Where would that? I mean, if you were born into a household or a club, if you will, that you were made aware of the flat and stationary or the non-spherical ball Earth, anyways, given from an early age, what else are you let in on? These are the bigger questions, So as I've pointed out, what did they know? What did these cooperators in deception know? And well, what motivates them? These are the bigger questions, and you can go into many different, down many different avenues, asking that question. But the basic point is to realize that these people are acting the part. All the other questions come after that. That's up to you then as the individual to name and shame yourself from your own point of view, and well, try figure it beyond there. Yeah, but the sun, and that's exactly what happens. The sun does go around the heavens. I'm looking at or looked out the window a second ago, and there's within almost fucking reaching distance, the half moon, the quarter moon they call it, but really half moon from our perspective, and it's just right there. What can you do? I've been saying Aristarchus has increased in frequency. As one thing I have noticed recently, or I haven't noticed actually, is chemtrails. Absolutely no chemtrails, none, zero. Zero. We don't live in a flight path here in Limerick. Nearest airport is Shannon, but in general, they have no cause to go through Limerick. Ireland is a small enough country as well. So anytime I do see chemtrails, I know that they're purposefully engaging in whatever practice they're engaged in, and it's not part of the normal air traffic. So I mean, in long sense, understood that. So whatever is going on, though, that's a deeper question. But yeah, over the last, I don't know, maybe 2 weeks now, no chemtrails, absolutely none, none. Did I talk about church earlier on? CHURCH. So there we have the CH. Chemtrails is me, CH, right? Trails, ECH. So what might the CH represent? Well, I pointed out, or if I didn't, I meant to point out that C has a value of 3, 8 is a value of, H is a value of 8. So CHURCH, well, if you go by the numbers themselves, 8 and 3 is 11, so you are 11, as in 9, 11, 2 becoming 1, 11 becoming 9, and CH is also, you can look upon it as 3 times 8, which is 8, 3 8s, 8, 8, 8, which is 24, which is 42 reversed. So we have these 3 components to us: the immaterial, the material, and the heart center. Yeah, sun goes around. Well, everything goes around the heavens, and everything revolves around one central point, which is Aristarchus, which is that spindle in the record player upon which the needle is fixed. Makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Now that everything is up close and personal, and why can't it be then? Is the reason why can't it be a singular source, central source, expressing and giving us the, well, because of the regularity. If it was the same, the irregularity I should say, if it was the same all the time, then that would be something that would easily come to mind. But of course we see the on a daily basis, we see everything appears to move in unison. But it's only when we get longer extended periods on a monthly basis, or a seasonal basis, or a yearly basis, that we see that there are other factors involved, or certainly we need to take into consideration if we were considering a singular source. While those factors then well go back to the source itself, Aristarchus, and that particular movement, or what movement might be associated with Aristarchus. And as I said, where I imagine that this is sort of a piston-like movement up and down. This is what spring and fall represent as well. You spring up and you fall down, and when we get into this sort of frame of thinking, individual basis, I mean, I think it at least can start to make more sense. And where you go with that from there, well, that's down to you. Where I go from there myself, well, I've sort of accepted as a general picture. Particular areas I want to jump into more specifically, because there's so many of them. It's unclear. I tend to sort of not jump into any of them more specifically, but that I know that these things are known as well. That's the greater, as I said, it's a comfort, but it's like, it's almost like I'm reading a book, I'm just reading what's already written. That's how I view it myself anyway. And if I'm wrong about it, well, so what? So what? It's not, there's no competition, like we're a challenge here, it's just me considering something. But well, as I say, when you look at the moon tonight, no matter where you are, as you look at that moon, it would be in the southwestern sky, southeastern sky, probably at this stage from here in Ireland. But no matter where you are, if you're in, let's say, Eastern Europe, and you're seeing the moon on the horizon, or if you're in America or Canada someplace and you see it maybe closer to central southern sky, we are looking at the same moon, right? In terms of, we are looking at the same point of reflection, but just as it looks so absolutely near and tangible to me here, it's the same for you there. This is what I mean by it's an observer dependent reflection. But what we are doing, even though it's appearing to be in different locations relative to mine and your position, we are looking at the same point of reflection, just from a different terrestrial perspective. So hope that came through okay. Thank you for that Skyfly ride. That was funny. That was funny, man. Okay, well, just as I write back into chat, someone had written arise, a question mark had written arise, Sir Aristarchus. Right, well, most encoded term I know of anyway, I say in the English language. The the biggest interpretation of it for me is arise tar of cus. There we have the CH-US, CH-us. So again, church, CH-UR, CH, RS star, CH-US, us. As I referenced the book of Job earlier on, Job was said to be from a place called UZ, us. It's us, right? But yeah, that's I think the most pertinent decoding of Aristarchus is arise tar of course, and without going into that area again, it all comes back to us ourselves, our bodily fluids, our bodily functionality, our bodily composition, really. Or being composition, and well, yeah, tar we find out is an archaic name for an able-bodied seaman, right? A seaman, and well, none of us would be here without seamen making that journey, right? All right, let me read that. Menace to sobriety. Okay, I'm pretty sober. I've had a few drinks tonight, but I'm grand. Okay, let's see if it is really a good one. All words count, and listen, even if it isn't, even if you're doing it in some sort of mockery or something, words have meanings, right? And words are composed of letters. So therefore, the greater meaning is within the letter, or at least you can see that it could be. Now, if you take that, if you hold to be, right, to be or not to be, if you hold that it is so, that the English language that you do use and understand and comprehend comes from a sort of a hodgepodge, arbitrary, evolutionary background, well, you'll be looking at everything from an absolutely different mindset than where I'm at now, which is no, the absolute opposite is true. We live in a very young Earth here, and the English language, alongside most else, was developed 400 and well, I'm going to give you an exact time, 421 years ago. So that's where I'm coming from. I can't shift from there. But let's hear what you have to say anyway. It's not that I can't shift from there, but that's where my mind is at the minute, after considering all the different other possibilities, right? To whatever degree. But you go on. Let's see what we make of it. Boat sounds like moat. There we have OT again, right? We're talking about cat or CAT. Goat is go AT boat. BOAT. Okay, sounds like moat. But well, now boat sounds like moat. But off we go. Moat. Moat B is equal to big moat. Only royalty had moats. Royalty is equal to KC Royals baseball team. Boat is equal to big baseball. Okay, well, um, that's a possible arbitrary connection. Now, if you could attach a sort of initial and final significance and make a direct correlation between the two there, then that would be something. That would be something to be taken a little bit more seriously, because I mean, when your final conclusion is there is my connection between boat and big baseball, that's fine. That's fine, but it's sort of a meaningless connection in one sense. Whereas in another sense, then probably maybe beyond your reckoning, there could be a real connection there via the pathway you've chosen. Um, and we have well, no, we don't actually have a store. Yeah, we do have a Starbucks, a new Starbucks in town. Look at the Starbucks logo. I see Aristarchus anyway, and even within the name itself, Starbuck. A book is a deer, doe a deer, a female deer. A book is a male deer. Starbuck, doe, deer, doe star. That's what it said. Star. When Aristarchus got decapitated, the dodo came into existence as the changing face of the earth, right? The face of the earth, as we call it. Just the part of the tree. We're living on the back of Aristarchus, so it's the part of the tree that sticks up above the water. That's what it is. But yeah, then we have Starbucks. They're connected, and I can make that connection between Aristarchus, Starbucks, and the dodo. And I've also made a separate connection between the dodo and the Aristarchus. That's on a different level. and what you were talking there, menace, or at least that's how it appears to me. So it mightn't be the case. You might be genuine in that connection, but yeah. Stephen Watson again. Stephen Watson says, "Who the fuck are you to reality creator?" Well, I'm getting involved in. I guess it takes a while to know to know somebody. This is a playground after all, and if there's any masters, they'll soon make themselves, I guess, known to you, and you can sort of ignore them. I don't think there's much need for wrenches. If that's a situation, if anyone wants a wrench, let me know. Otherwise, I think things are running cool. Wave BMX. I meant to answer your question, or one of your comments was about. I think the song you were referring to, as someone else referred to, was my own song, in the sense that I put the music to it. But my heart and lute. So it's the third song I always sing when I open a hangout. My heart and lute, and the music was my own, but the words come from a poem called My Heart and Lute, which we were referenced to via Alice in Wonderland, or Alice Through Looking Glass, and Alice's Encounter with the White Knight. So yeah, it's a greater sort of story told there, but everything goes back to the dodo. Yeah, it's within Alice in Wonderland that we meet the dodo for the first time in chapter 3, looking for dry land after Alice's tears, after Alice's all of us tears. Remember, Alice fell asleep underneath a tree and started to dream. And her first action or reaction within the dream was reacting to the white rabbit, who was in a hurry, looking at his watch. Right, he was considerate of time. And then Alice chased the rabbit down the rabbit hole, where we're actually told in the first chapter of Alice in Wonderland just how ridiculous the spinning ball Earth is. If we're paying attention, been through all this before. So what else is there to learn? Well, your whole story. You see, you are Alice. If you look at the depictions of Alice, it's neither male, female, man, or child. So just one second. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah. So hopefully there's no need for any chats. But yeah, regarding that, yeah, Way BMX. That's where that song was inspired from, and when I it's by someone called Thomas More as well. Look into the story of Thomas More. He's associated with Henry VIII. Whenever we have the HH, right? Eight is H, and Henry H8. And we're told that Henry VIII lived in none such a castle, right? None such castle. So for me, another fabricated character, and well, seek the clues, seek the clues, and um, yeah, yeah, I can see how it would be very confusing, right? Yeah, but how you're trying to connect dots that you haven't sort of familiarized yourself with in the first place. But I'm just following one particular pathway. So you yourself have to look at the things that have been influential in your life and see what may present itself well in this new light. But this is one of the chief pathways. I mean, as I again once I say, there's no chiefer path, no chiefer pathway than going down the band or the route of the biggest bands in history, some of the greatest works in history. You know, for me, it's the same hidden hand behind everything. Same forces in play certainly are the same. There are the same forces in play that they were at the very outset of all of this. If time has any meaning to us in general, um, so that this puzzle spans centuries. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. It's the story of our lives, right? I think from the very outset, the timeline was set. This is how it was going to play out. Script you are. Script you are. They tell you there, right? Script you are. Or we tell ourselves there. As far as I can see, we have two choices here. Ultimately, we have two choices, right? We've either been forced into doing this, or we have consented to doing it. That's I can't see any other choice, right? This when I say it, I'm talking about life and everything entailed within life. So one of those two choices. So which path are we going to take? Certainly know how things appear to be. Right? All of the stuff that we're finding out, we don't consent to any of it. We don't consent to. I don't consent to any of it. You know, and I'm even very careful about any of the words I use. But I certainly don't consent to any of that. And I know what my view is of, let's just say, the significance of my fellow man, as opposed to like the significance of the corporate nations that they're after being usurped by. You know what I mean? But you might know what I mean there. I mean, but yeah, these come back to the basic questions, and that's the basic question. This experience I'm having here, I've either consented to it or I've been forced into it because I have no cognizance or no memory as to anything beforehand. But I know that there is a greater significance within it, so that's what I have to figure out. And for me, I have to come down on the consenting. I I really do. I have to come down on that, and I think once we sort of leave this experience, then we leave it behind. We move on to the rest of the wonders of the real universe. And but yeah, you might come down in the same way. You mightn't at all. And I'm not even fully down on that side. It could be a greater, more intricate story going on. As I said, as a possibility that we're here in one bubble, oceans, waters beyond. We're here in one bubble, or some local creator um, um, set down sticks like in this neck of the infinite waters, and everything developed lovely until some fucker bleams away, nothing else to do, just wander around the vicinity and came in and fucking destroyed everything, and like Avatar in a sense, came in and took away, destroyed everything and took it away for other purposes, other reasons. That's a possibility, isn't it? I mean, there's so many different possibilities. So in that sense, then we could have been sort of solely entrapped and well, put to work, I guess, put to the grindstone. Um, who knows? But I don't think that. I think it's all a construct, and I think it's all a greater sort of adventure into division for the purposes of the experience. Once your time passes, you see, it's gone, and the only significance that it has is the significance that you place on it in terms of your memory. And I do realize that, well, I myself and all of us, I'm sure it applies to, we spend most of our time, living in the past or in the future. One is a dream, one is a memory. So ultimately, are we in an outside of time reality? I think so. When I think about time and what it all goes back to, ultimately it all goes back to the sun. It goes to the passage of the sun, right? But it goes further than that. And for me now, it does. When in terms of the picture that I think in, the sun is a direct reflection of Polaris, and Polaris then is a direct reflection of Aristarchus. So this is where everything time makes its way back to. So when I think of then what I think of Aristarchus as being the decapitated tree of life, well then I think of time coming into existence with this time, certainly time as we know it, with this destruction. This is why we have sort of father time as well, eating children, and this grim reaper, this destructive, very, very negative association made to time. But all is never as it seems. And well, I think my mind these days certainly is, well, I don't want to go there too much as well. Eternity is a scary thing. The fuck do you do for eternity? When you're outside of eternity. But I don't think the way it works like that. But yeah, that's my impression of time. So it goes deeper than the sun, but the sun is certainly I said the battery behind the clock, if you want to put it like that, the pendulum behind the clock. Um, yeah. So once again, I mentioned earlier on, we're all ruled by time, and time being an anagram of me, it. So I mentioned earlier on, whole e, spear it. So you might ask, what is the it reference? Well, me, it, I'm it. Now, if you think about time and how, again, as it measures the passage of the sun, um, how time was recorded or measured or counted in the olden days, well, using an hourglass or a hour, Hour or OUR glass, which of course was in the shape of an eight and featured sand as the main. Well, are you going to call it that? Excellent. Currency. That is a currency, right? I'm not kidding you. It's just I have a cigarette at the window here and I look up the moon. The clouds sort of forming around the moon in the form of an X. So just we were talking about things we were talking about Christmas, of course, Christ Mass or X Mass. So why would X and Christ be interchangeable in that sense? You'll also note that Mass MAS in that form is an anagram of S, S being the divided state, SS being the United States. But USSR brings us back to the dodo again. You see you're so familiar with my avatar, I'm sure, and the Frohawk dodo, commissioned by the Rothschilds. Well, if you look over the dodo's wing, there's a certain four letters that are distinguishable. And yeah, with a close eye, you'll see them. They are USSR. So as the dodo represents the changing face of the earth, or at least map in that general sense, that's exactly where the US meets the USSR on the flat earth map, or more so the layout of the tree stump itself, as it sticks out above the water. Yeah, USSR. You can literally see it. Just type in the Frohawk dodo and look at it yourself. So that's, yeah, if you can think of the dodo's beak as representing the tip of South America as it wraps up around, the neck being Mexico, Central America, and then up towards Northern America, Canada, Alaska, around Russia, China, down around China, and down Australia, bottom by the feet. That sort of idea. Or South, or America, sorry, Africa by the rump. Once again, yeah, USSR, Amaru, car. Everything is pointing us north. Mount Meru is me, are you? So, and I take it that means that it's telling us that I am you. Each one of us is um, representative of the same thing. There's no distinction between any of us when we get back to basics. Um, that I think is a massive lesson. And I suppose we're being taught that in many different ways now, and especially, I would say, a more tolerant um, attitude towards people of sometimes vast difference. And I think that's fair enough in general as well. I've often said it before that if everything worked as it said in the tin, we wouldn't be doing too bad. But nothing works as it says in the tin. But maybe that's all for specific reasons. Those reasons being, those reasons being, some great goods are tied up in some great bads. It's only by going through some pretty demanding and taxing situations that you come out the other end and you realize the benefit in having gone through and, well, come out the other end from these particular trials. All right, so yeah, so listen, that's along the lines I like to think sometimes. Um, Everything's pre-written, yeah. So us figuring out all of the stuff, and we've been helped along, I think, whether we know it or not, at every step of the way. And I pointed out earlier on, look, if it isn't my particular avenue, that lead you towards some greater, you personally towards some greater realization, well, then it'll be your own particular avenue. Again, me or you, we're all the same here, and the truth is waiting to emerge from the inside out, and sort of a symbiotic amalgamation or reunification of both the inside and the outside, and understand that we are the world. So I'm not going to sing "We Are the World" now, but I'm going to sing another song just because it's low and I'll get away with it this time. It's probably the last one now, but gravity is the inverted commas raging argument at the minute. It always switches and rotates and revolves around usual suspects. Okay. All around me are familiar faces, worn out places, bright and early for their daily races, going nowhere, going nowhere. Tears are filling up their glasses, no expression. No expression. Hide my head, I won't drown my sorrow. No tomorrow, no tomorrow. And I find it kind of fun, I find it kind of sad. Dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you, I find it hard to take. Repeating around in circles, it's a very mad world. Mad world. Children waiting for the day they feel good. Happy birthday, made to feel the way that every child should. Sit and listen, going to school, I was very nervous. No one knew me, no one knew me. Hello, teacher, tell me what's my lesson. Look right through me, look right through me. And I find it kind of fun, I find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to turn, I find it hard to take. Around in circles, it's so very, very mad. Shut down on the master. And I find it hard to tell. I find it hard to take. When people run in circles, it's a very, very mad world. Mad world. Mad world. Mad world. Larger world. Mad Mad world indeed. What's his name? Roland Orzabal? Okay, interesting name. Well, mad world indeed. The Globe Theatre. It's all mad. It's all fantasy. It's all illusory. But while the curtain is down, the actors are soon to come out and take a bow. George Bush said, I'll never forget it. Not that I'll never forget it, but I'll always bear it in mind. I'll be remembered. It was one of these off the cuff interviews years after 9/11, years after he was out of office, and he was sort of corrected on it. You had to be there, or I think if I give you the right search term, you can find it on YouTube. But he was sort of nudged by his wife, what's her name, Laura, and as if to shut up now. But he started to say something like, "I will be judged differently in time," or he did say that. Knowing full well how he would be judged now, not by the general public, but maybe by the conspiracy-minded public. Um, yeah, of course, he's a bumbling idiot, and he is a dastardly, demonic, satanic world goodness destroyer, all this sort of stuff. So I think that's what he meant by that. He's playing a part, and he knew the reasons why he's playing the part. That's the way as I said, I just bear it in mind anyway. But I think in terms of um, Charles Manson, he played that acting role. You don't believe me? That's George Bush, man. Let me bring up a young. I know exactly the clip I'm looking for there. And I looked at this in 2011, 2012. And someone might have mentioned that. I don't think anyone at the time, I was sort of doing my own investigation, but I don't think anyone, not everyone to know where to look. But here we go. Is this the Dan Sawyer interview? He's wearing a red shirt, is the one. Find a particular interview now. It's not that. Look at how. Look at how. There's very few images of George W. Bush as a youngster, and I have those images somewhere where I picked out certain images and compared to and they're the fucking spit of one another. But it's when you get into different details, and I don't think these are the. Hang on. Not going to look at the first page. You recognize it straight away. Here we go. This is it. This is the one that convinced me. Now, can you hear that? Let me just go back to. Can you hear that? Shit, they're not allowing you. See, this is what they're doing now. I think they're not allowing you to to play what do you call it? I can hear this perfectly here, by the way. But why are they not allowing you to? Why are they not allowing you to hear it? You sort of have to hear it as well to make your full um, evaluation, but just by looks alone, right? Remember, this is back 40 years ago. That's George Bush. I don't give a fuck what you say, but I did realize this back in 2012, and or in and around then. I think there's a thread somewhere on probably above top secret or something. I think as far as I can remember, three screen names: Topsy Turvy World, um, uh, Out on a Limb, right? And there was another one, and I'll try to think of it. But that was around that time. I got banned from lots of places. Just you'll be amazed how many places you get banned for speaking about 9/11, media and victim fakery. Not to mind anything else. But yeah, Topsy Turvy World, Out on a Limb, and there was another one as well. I'll try and think of that. Um, but yeah, it would have been under one of those forum names that I wrote the thread and developed it here. But this video itself was an absolute giveaway. I'm now interested to think about Charlie Rose here because I made a comment earlier on in some chat that Axel Rose represents the rose represents the vagina, and Axel Rose represents the massive whirlpool at the North Centre. But it's a shame you can't hear it because it's in the intonation, something in the voice, and the mannerisms that gives it away that it's George Bush. It's the same character that's playing both. And as I say, these are all characters on the stage. So we like Obama and Will Smith. Will Smith himself is a character, like Seth MacFarlane and Elon Musk. Um, Seth MacFarlane himself is a character. I've often pointed out he has that sort of Kennedy look to him, and yeah, that these acting troops will continue on through the generations within families makes sense to me as well. So if you're just hearing this for the first time, that Charles Manson is George Bush, what are you talking about? This guy is this dodo guy, fucking crazy off his chop. But think what you want, man. That's 7 years ago to me. I accepted that was the situation. Um, remember one of the big name, one of the conspiracy sideways anyway with the JFK thing is where was George W. Bush? Or sorry, George W. Bush's father, George Bush, on the Kennedy assassination day, and he said he couldn't remember. And there's the photograph clearly shows up with him outside the book depository on the day. So think about it. We've been set up one way. Right. So another excellent connection just occurred to me between 9/11 and Charles Manson. Right. George Bush, of course, was the president on the day, who was in a classroom with children reading the book I Pet Goat Upside Down. With the children reciting a series of words which are very, very close in terms of an interpretation, a summation of what happened on the day with planes hit steel, kite, or something similar. But well, lots of people were brought into 9/11 conspiracy thinking by Building 7 and Channel Q, who's a regular contributor here, if you want to put it like that, in the Flat Earth arena, pointed out to me that Solomon, the Solomon buildings, Building 7, Solomon, is the same word in terms of the syllables for the sun, 3 times, Sol, on. And I thought about that, and then I said, well, there within the word itself is sun and moon, Sol and moon, and on. And there we have here George W. Bush, central figure in 9/11, the buffoon that he wasn't. You should listen to. I'll put the link in chat. You should listen to this yourself and just think if it is George W. Bush playing this role, well, he is far from fucking stupid. He's absolutely far from stupid. So can you play the role of a buffoon? Well, je suis dodo. But I'm not playing any role, but I'm not a fool either. I call myself je suis dodo. Anyone knows French? I am dodo for different reasons. Now, what you take from that, what do you associate the dodo with some certain sort of dumbness or something? Well, go and watch Disney's um, up to that point in time, 1951, the biggest outlay for any movie ever, which was the amalgamation of Alice in Wonderland, Alice Through Looking Glass, and go and meet the Dodo character, far from a dumbass. Yeah, the polar opposite, you might even say. So yeah, it depends on what your interpretation of these words are. But Charles Manson, George W. Bush here is no fool. He's no dodo. I'm sorry, man. I swear, I wish I could bring my camera up. There's no point in bringing my camera up to the window now because you need to pick up what I'm after seeing, which is just behind the moon. So the moon is after being obscured by clouds. Oh, a massive uh, face is all I can say. But I have no fear or anything like that. But that it looked absolutely like. Well, the best way I would describe it now is some sort of a Mongolian face. Genghis Khan or something like that. Really clear, distinct, looking in my direction. But that's okay. I mean, I know people might say to that. I'm used to seeing so many things now that are inexplicable that any one of them mentioned would have me labeled insane and put into a padded cell with appropriate shackles. But if you can't see this, but yeah, I have no fear. I have no fear of anything in that sense. In that sense, my physical form is weak, but my mental form, my spiritual, my heart form is, I think, strong, and no one can hurt me. Like, no one can take anything from me or force anything from me. You can do it physically. You can torture me until I might disown my own child. Don't think that would happen. I'm trying to think. I hope not anyway, but I can see it possibly happening. I don't know. You know, whatever. But that's certainly not something in my heart. It would still be a false confession or something like that. But that's in the physical. If I'm in the spiritual realm where I have equal chance against everybody else, well, then no one can take anything from me. But yeah, when we look at everything and with these new eyes, you'll see the signs everywhere. This is an amazing sort of influence at play here, and we haven't just quite seen it. People like George Bush here on screen, these are actors playing their part. And if we think about the Manson murders, more fakery, of course, absolute fakery, connecting to the Beatles as well with the Helter Skelter saga. Charles Manson was said to have met the Beatles and even written a few songs for a few people as well. The Beach Boys was one of them, or one band. But yeah, all storytelling and all connections made according to a script. The Manson murders came about in between Woodstock, right? Woodstock, another a faked historical affair, and the moon landings, which was in July 1969. So this is the triad, the trinity of affairs that are all connected. And there we have, as I say, Charles Manson, or Charles Moonson, or Charles Son of Man. Um, Now, just to make another vague connection, Charles Doe Dodgson, Lewis Carroll, that was his name. He was said to have related most to the character of the dodo in his works, and he was also said to have been called Dodo, Charles Doe Dodgson, because he was said to have a stammer. So, yeah, Charles Manson. When we say the dodo is as a result of the decapitation of Aristarchus, and also the genesis of the sun, the moon, the stars as we know them. Well, then we can think in these type of connections. I mentioned earlier on, Neil Armstrong was go north, Mr. Alien. Well, there we have with the Apollo, which relates to the sun, um, and the Apollo missions were paved. The way was paved for the Apollo missions, the Gemini missions, which signifies twins. Well, yeah, can we have a different context for all of these things then? I think so. I think so. Absolutely. As I say, these are sort of connections at the highest levels, right? If this isn't Charles, sorry, not Charles. Yeah, so that's Charles. So I'm thinking about that connection, Charles Dodgson. Um, oh yeah, Dodo's son, Charles Dodo's son. For fuck's sake, who could have tell about this stuff? Honestly, because there's no one else, absolutely nobody else who we can tell, right? There's no one else who's making these connections, as far as I'm aware. I've certainly been in contact with anybody. So I might be laughing here in what might seem a maniacal sense, but it's not really. It's like just different connections fitting into place. Uh, and as I say, well, the dodo being the central theme. Um, I'm just trying to think of some of the characters now at Woodstock. So it turns out, yeah, it seems that that was another media affair. So nothing much happened on the day, and it's only later on then that much myth and etc. was attached to it. And well, as I say, all purposefully, all tying into this sort of greater script that's unfolding here, and that we're in the very midst of. What do we do with that? I don't know. What time is it now? 1:18. Might get another quiet song in, but after that, do what I do, I'll go to sleep, have nice dreams, get up tomorrow, wonder what to do again, do with all of this. So it's a shame that let me just get that, grab that link again. It's a shame that the audio isn't playing. Why they're doing that, I don't know. I don't know. Well, I kind of do. YouTube is shutting down a lot of stuff, so you better start realizing. Let me put it into. Yeah. Oh yeah, there you go. So anyone interested? That latest link is this that link to the Charles Manson interview? There's a good few points in it that when you hear it, you're going to say that's fucking Bush. It's it's just the way he says things, and it's the general realization as well that the character is being played out here. Um, but yeah, that's come back to 2012. Oh yeah, one of the Topsy Turvy World. The other name, screen name. Let me just type it in as we have what do you call it on. So it came to me, Topsy Turvy World. Topsy Turvy World post. I probably have to type in above top secret. Okay, maybe it's not coming up too easily now. You probably might have to go into above top secret itself. For David Icke. So I'm actually thinking of the other one now, which was all jokes aside, David Icke forum. There we go. Yeah. So I was actually talking about the Princess Diana. Let's see what I was saying here. When is that? No, that can't be 2009. Here we go now. Yeah, there we go. That's better. 2012, right? So that was So that's 2012. All right. So this is all right. So they're all still there, right? Yeah. So the thread I was reading last time on Let's Roll Forum and how the greater significance, beyond the death fakes, all the symbolic uh, pieces in play. So that's what I was saying then. I was aware of that back then, 2012, and you left no doubt whatsoever that Dan's death was faked. And all you've been concerning yourself with here is wild goose chases down blind rabbit holes. That's it. I can do no more. Well, that's true. Coulter and company have proven beyond doubt that not only Diana's death, but JFK was completely fabricated, not forgetting their work alongside Clues Forum. Yeah. And oh yeah, so I put a quote at the end. If you're alert, the consciousness comes, and that is a quote from Oliver Stone, director of JFK, commenting on 9/11/2001 when he was in some sort of a library setting somewhere, giving a lecture on the movie JFK. So connecting all of these things together. Now, just as I'm here looking at JFK, J is the 10th letter, F is the 6th letter, K is the 11th letter. When we reverse it and I turn it upside down, we get 11901. Now, 11901, if you ask me to call it that as is written, I would say that's September 11th, 2001, and I'm Irish, and well, JFK was Irish as well. So all these different connections and different threads are being interwoven, are being put out there to be interwoven by you, the Inquirer. What was that? 2012. Yeah, that's way back. So that was one of my kind of, all jokes aside. I also had, as I said, Topsy Turvy World and Out on a Limb. Get banned from all these places, ostracized from all these places, like Flat Earth. It's the same thing. All of these fucking conspiracy guys telling you you're crazy for these sort of thoughts. Back then, they're all the same guys who were telling you that the Earth is flat now, and there was no or the Earth is a ball now. There's no Holocaust. Man went to the moon. Vaccinations are good for you. No such thing as chemtrails, etc., etc., etc. How transparent is it? Remember, it's always meant to be transparent. So the next question, as I said, is you asking yourself, well, what do these people know who are acting in unison, seemingly against you and your children and your fellow man and greater truth? These are bigger questions then. So, yeah. So in that sense, if you can, I had no idea when I was looking into that. Now, if I let me go on to another, I'll just show you that, right? So if I go, oh, Bahama, oh, hang on, oh, here we go. Obama bin Laden, right? I pointed this out before. Here I was under PG 38. I was 38 at the time. Fucking hell. 2012. Can't have been 38 at the time. Why did I call? Why did I kind of been 38 at the time? I would have been 40 at the time. Oh, I know. I appreciate 38 because 2 years. Remember, well, I've always spoke about it. I was off the internet for nearly 10 years. When I came back on the internet in 2010, that would have been the account I set up. All right, PGA 38 then. Oh yeah, but that's back in 2012 in March the 6th, 2012. Made the comparisons between Obama and Osama, and I nailed that, right? So a few pages of that, but nailed that. But as I say now, it's only now that I realized that all of this stuff was fucking given to us, and we're just following the pathway laid out for us. Now to come towards a greater realization, I have to say that this is Will Smith here. That's a very difficult thing to prove to anybody, isn't it? I'm just seeing with a lot of images I choose, right? Um, some are more, and this is even, look at this here. I'm going to actually save this. You can even see on his chin. This actually, I'm going to save this now. Save image, and then bring it up for you. I'm going to save that as oh. Obama one. Let's just bring it up for a second. No, no. Obama 1-1. How about that? Look at the chin here. Honestly, is this coming through at all? I didn't plan to do this now. And while I'm at it, oh, it's a shame as well. I can't. Okay, it's a shame I can't. You can't. Okay, that's coming through. Okay. Um, Look at the chin. Come on, guys. Look at this chin. Look at this demarcation line here. Remember, takes a little consideration, but when you look, and my eyes aren't the best these days as well. I mean, but you can see all of this. You can see this demarcation is a good what do you call it? Good description. Look at it down here. Look at that. And as I'm trying to get you to remember or to think in terms of, think of balloon. Think of thin balloon rubber sort of material been applied to the thinnest of layers. You think as thin as you like, and just okay, constant sort of grafting, constant work, like Hollywood would do up any character to be a different character. Think in those terms. And when you do, look at this shit. Look at how much this is sticking out. That's crazy stuff. And these are just pictures at the time. I just took it that this guy was real. And he was, see, that's why we were saying this guy is real, presented us out of nowhere, and he was the one who was playing the fucking role of Osama bin Laden. That's why I'm telling people that. I'm fucking crazy as fuck for that. But yeah, absolutely true it was, and we were set and led there though. But I didn't think in terms of who this guy really was. Now look at the fucking masquerade. Imagine grabbing that mask like a beauty face mask or something. Imagine grabbing that mask. You can see it here and ripping it off. And now, how far does it extend? Well, let's zoom in on the eyes. Look at the eyes. There's someone behind this mask, people. Someone behind that mask. So if you can think first of all, look at this. I mean, I'm used to looking at this, so I already know it, but I can see it clearly here. I know there's someone behind the mask, but I can see it clearly here. Also, when the mask comes around here, look, you can even see these patches here. Look. Well, I'll show you in a second what happens when you turn it upside down. Just asking you to consider it, first of all, from an upright perspective, where once again we're aware that our sort of brain fills in many gaps, and it sort of gets a bit lazy in that sense. It's when we turn it upside down, then our brain has to sort of work that a little bit more, and it sort of snaps to attention a little bit. And also, we are considering this obnoxious notion, this crazy suggestion that the president, the most powerful man in the world, in the United States at the time, is a Hollywood actor that we were all well acquainted with and who we all well love in disguise, that being Will Smith. Mm, that's an obnoxious thing to ask anybody to consider, isn't it? Absolutely obnoxious. But, well, just be dodo. Well, dodo no more is I'm not just be dodo anymore. It's dodo no more, because you see, division is done. The days of the days of division are through. But saying this to anybody is absolutely obnoxiously crazy. Thinking it is absolutely obnoxiously crazy, but for me, it's not. Now it's sort of, well, okay. I'll just put that obnoxiously crazy tidbit with the rest of the obnoxiously crazy tidbits. What's that? You live in a flat earth? Yeah, get the fuck away from me, you freak, you geek. Um, so yeah, like, bring up your own picture, and I'm sure there are better quality images now than this. It looks pretty clear enough. So wait till I rotate it around. And as I said, your brain clicks into gear, and all of the artificialities will jump out. I never realized this at the time. Never considered it in a million years. Now we'll zoom in. The eyebrows look pasted on here, don't they? This is what I say. Remember, Patricia Steer says she's never had plastic surgery, but she's come out looking sort of sometimes drastically different than even a recent appearance as well. This is what I think is happening. She wears prosthetics like this. And this is where I think she can get away with the lie without being a lie. So usually, like, yeah, literally, she never had facial, or she's never had plastic surgery. But yeah, she has altered her look, and she has had other processes or procedures done to alter her look. But yeah, it's something along these lines. And the eyes are the giveaway. We can look around the moustache area here. Look, no, I don't care who you are as a man. If you're shaving since you're fucking 15 or 14, this area is not going to be like this. You're not just going to have a blank, smooth area like this. And it's the same with the other side. As we go down, look at the chin here. Come on, come on, come on, come on. So the whole of this, ask yourself, this is a more natural color now, isn't it? Look at this. This is all artificial, all made up. And this is what I say, when we turn things upside down, we can get a more distinct sort of separation between the real, where there's blood flowing, the paleness, the human kind, the human hue, and well, this artificiality, this addition. And well, of course, we don't have the blood flow. We don't have the open pores in the skin, and this is why it looks so smooth and baby-like. It's all a layer. It's perfect here. Look, so just get your little scalpel, whip that up here, and tear it off one side. I'd say it would encompass. Hang on, you put it off here, and it would come all the way around up here, up and around the lower lip, over here around the upper lip, around the nose, same around the other side, just mirror the other side, up and around the eye. The eyebrows are coming off, and even here, let's just zoom in on the hair. Even here, look, you can see it? See this demarcation zone here? See it here? Come on, people, over here, similar thing. Look at it. Look at this. Look at this. Come on. You have to do this every time. Fucking hell, what an acting part. Honestly, now, I'm just gonna leave that there for a second. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna leave that there for a second. Anyone is still here with me. And actually, I'm doing it for myself as well, because I don't think I examined this one. Can I actually see Will Smith when I peel this away? I've seen it. I've seen it definitely 100% with other images. I'm just gonna have a look at this now. Let you have a look at it yourself. Um, oh, I nearly see him. I nearly see him. So I'm just looking at the window at the moon again. Honest to goodness, it's just right there, really within reach. And I'm thinking, I've thought it before, like, but surely someone has thought along the lines of the sun and moon being the same size, that one could be a reflection of the other. Surely someone has thought these things, and of course I know that they have. But everything's about context. So when we can um, reintegrate universe, and well, see it in this completely different light, then we can think of these terms, or think in ththese terms. And well, yeah, well, of course, the truth is known about this earth. Make no bones about it. The military have been in one form or another everywhere, and everything is mapped, charted out. But again, there's a different overall storyboard going on. But yeah, along with that line of questioning, I'm saying to myself, surely um, people have then thought about a singular source, possible singular source to all of these up close and personal skylights now, which we've always sort of experienced that impression or had that impression. And now we can do so in sort of truth, yeah, because we know, yeah, the impression was correct in the first place, but the mind told us other things because we accepted the word of others. So yeah, I say that these things absolutely have occurred to people, and people know. I'm not going to say that it's the absolute truth, but I think it's the truth. So the moon is a reflection of the sun. They have a watery backdrop, the variation, the phases, etc., all down to the contour of the barrier, this reflective screen, and it's not planar and it's not snow globe like. There's a different contour to it. Half donut is the best way to put it. As I imagine it myself, a barrier intact like a snow globe, but then a collapsed center which divides the inner barrier from the outer barrier. It's very like spider formation to it. That's the way I look upon it. And the sun and moon, then, as we perceive them, are in transit around this outer barrier, but everything with an inner source. And well, as I say, that source being, for me, pretty settled at this stage, Aristarchus. And it's grand because, as I've said myself, it can be you pick any crater you like on the moon, because all of the craters are the same crater. It's just you're looking at it from a different perspective, a different magnification, different overlaying, etc., different reflected artifacts. So everything comes back to the same thing, and I think ultimately that's what they decided to name that same thing, which is Aristarchus, Arise, Tar of Cus. And yeah, that just occurred to me outside. As I was sitting outside, just as I was looking out the window there and looking at the moon in all its glory, the moon being the feminine because it's the reflection of the sun being the masculine, as the male and the female have that similar relation. One is drawn or torn from the other. One is an inversion of the other, a reflection of the other. One is when we talk about the physical, the material aspects, one is the jigsaw piece and one is the whole the jigsaw piece fits into. One is no good without the other, and both together form the whole. You often hear people talking about how you can, we hear this as children, how 1 and 1 equals 3. No, how can 1 and 1 equals 3? 1 and 1 equals 2. Always 2. Well, 1 and 1 equals 3 because when a man and woman come together, then they produce a baby. So that's 1 and 1 equals 3. Well, that equation isn't quite correct. So the equation actually is a half plus a half equals 1. So that makes it logically and sensibly consistent anyway. And I think that's actually what's happening. Remember, I hold the position we're born knowing everything. We're just taught to forget. We're born into a foreign land, taught a different language, and well, we need to be born again. And this is what all this stuff. This is where all of this stuff is leading us. Now, just as I'm on the page, I'm going to leave this for a second. I still haven't quite. When I see it, I'm almost there. You know that sort of teetering moment, and I'm trying to take the picture in as a whole, but I'm No, I haven't quite got Will Smith with that, but I'm almost there. Something's going to prompt it, and then once I see it, I won't be able to unsee it. But I had this. I hope this comes up now, but the sound won't come up, which is a fucking shame. Let's give this a second now. Here we go. This is a carpool. A carpool. If you've ever heard of this carpool with James Corden, right? So he asks, and I'm going to go to 420, and I don't. I'm going to put the subtitles on, right? So hang on there. So that's what I should do. Put the subtitles on. Okay, come on. I'm not going to just press buttons now. Just maybe I should just. Let me just do this. There's so many links open now tonight that this machine is doing me proud. Okay, so I'm going to go to 417, just for about 420 right now. So let me put the, oh, there's no subtitles. Okay, well, let me put the link in chat, right? So before I play it, yeah, that's coming up grand. Before I play it, let me put the link in chat, right? You have to hear it. So the question, I'll tell you the question. So there's the link in chat. We're about 5 seconds behind, so that's okay. Right. So I have the sound on here. I don't think you can hear it, but I'm going to play it anyway. Give you a chance to bring up the video. And basically, they're pissing around. So he asks this guy on the left, on the right here, asks Will Smith about him playing the role of Barack Obama in a movie at some point. And what the giveaway here is just the look on Smith's face, right? So so that's the question he'll be asking, and that's the question he'll be asking when let me go up to full screen. When we settle down, can I get this into any more? Let's get up to 1080 if the computer handles it. Here we go. So here we go. So he's just about to ask him. So let's just go to that again. So have you ever been asked? Has anyone ever said to you, would you play Barack Obama in a movie? So the next jump to him. Remember, this is all scheduled here. You have these camera cuts. Next jump is to him, and he is answering. Someone must have called you about it, and he says yes. I talked to Barack about it. Did you? Did you see that smirk? That was the giveaway. It was at 4:33. Did you see that smirk? Look, he knows, right? So he knows he's Barack Obama. And so thinking along those lines, yes, I talked to Barack about it. Look at that's a perfect. And here's the great thing, right? So I remember I was saying, look at all. If we were to take screenshots of Will Smith, if you're going to wear, this is what I. So I'm going back into this way of thinking as well. If you're going to wear these super glue sort of surgical glue prosthetics to your face in the same spots for years on end, it's going to leave a mark on your natural skin. Now, I don't know if you can see what I can see, but lots of different blemishes on Will Smith. And maybe this will be the hanger of him here. Look, the little strip underneath his lower lip. But just look at that look at that. What do they call that? Duper's delight. It's Duper's delight, right? Does he know as well? I think maybe. He told me that I felt confident that I had the ears for it. Look at his ears there. Hang on a second now. At first glance, right? I don't want to get into this now. Maybe he's giving us a clue, old Will, giving us a clue to look at the ears. I've also pointed out about ears. You can also, on better pictures, look at this here. This is a clear prosthetic piece. And let me just go into that. And once again, look, you can see how it stands out. It's the blood flow that they can't control. Your ears are one of the first things to light up when you're under any sort of exertion whatsoever, But yeah, look at this sort of stale plastic look, right? So, but you're just looking for a general look at the orientation. Remember I pointed out with Paul McCartney earlier on, and the real Paul McCartney, the caretaker of the McCartney house in art. You're looking for the general sort of layout and the general symmetry and variation from symmetry with the two. You can even see this divide here. Look, this part could even be, look at the discoloration. So we can see Smith's ear goes in here maybe, and then around. How difficult would it be to do? You tell me. Same with the other ear. It's actually the same. Look at that. That's fucking pretty close. You can see how one could be crafted from the other. These little prosthetic parts. But let's just finish here. I didn't mean to go into this. Yeah, that's it now. That's it. Look at how thin he is. People keep talking about the different body types. They're very, very similar in all kinds and on all fronts. And the reason is very simple there because they're one and the same person. So just going to go back here. Let me go back here just to see if I can see Smith jump out. Look at this. Look at the prosthetics here. Unbelievable. And now I don't need to do this anyway, but what I might do is just to sit down here in a comfortable position and relax my eyes and have the distance correct so I can see it clearly. And well, as I say, I have all of these things in mind. Peeling back this layer. Can I get one from the other? Yes, I can. It's after hitting me there, those eyes. It's the eyes that did it that time. Now I'm after 60. Yeah, it's him. It's him. Now I'm after doing it with this picture. Oh, nice. I'm not saying that you have to do the same, but I mean, I'm happy enough with that myself. Um, Fucking hell. That's now you understand why I say it's all theater. The only reason I'm down there is just to. Oh yeah, well, look, so I wonder who, if we think of it along those lines now, I did think that way before. Was it Holder is Obama's Possibly another discovery by the dodo. I don't think I dwelt on it too much anyway. But whoever Obama's right hand man was, I said I think that he played the role of Osama bin Laden's right hand man. I don't want to delve back into that now, but that's ages ago as well. So the basic point here is understanding that it's all theatre, and all of these, even the people in the uppermost top positions, are all acting their part, and they're part of a greater script. So you got to work out the greater script in all of this. That's all it boils down to. No one can tell you what's what, but we want to make our way towards the truth, and um, you never know where you will get a little clue that will support your sort of current train of thinking and will bump you on to greater realization. At this stage in the game, I'm thinking, more and more, what's the point in saying anything to anybody about anything whatsoever? It's like trying to explain a dream to somebody. You can't, there's no way you have any hope of getting across the greater imagery. Um, um, so what do you do? I don't know. I don't know. All I can hope is that it's becoming more, and I know it is as well. It's becoming more and more transparent to all of the honest inquirers out there. When I say honest inquirers, those who are not playing a part. Doesn't have to say those who are playing a part aren't honest as well. You can play a dishonest part, but have ultimately honest motivations. I think that's acceptable. Now, if you're playing a dishonest part and you have dishonest motivations, well, that's on you. That's where shit turns sour for you, because there's a price to be paid for everything, especially when, well, as I think anyway, we are dealing with what do you call it? Divine powers. All of us, divine powers, having a limited experience. And you say, if we're all divine, does that make none of us divine? No. Everything is relative. So we're here in this human experience. So if someone could fly now, for instance, someone just jumped out their window and flew, which I've done many times in my dreams. But yeah, this is a far cry from human experience. But yeah, I think that's why, or at least I hold out hope anyway, that's why these actors are acting their part, because yeah, you can put on the suit and you can play a deceptive role, but as I say, if the greater ultimate motivation is for the betterment of your fellow man, well, then the deception is forgiven. The devil was allowed to play a part by God in terms of afflicting or hindering or tempting or testing Job, right, in the book of Job, or Job, whatever you want to call it. So yeah, I'm not sure what anyone. I'm sorry for not keeping keeping tabs on the chat there as well. I just wonder. I'm looking at the chat now. I'm going to Charlie anyway. If you wanna make any declaration that suddenly Will Smith jumped out at you, that'd be great to hear. But if not, that's okay as well. If you think I'm crazy. Um, no problem hearing that either. I have lots of different evidential pieces to bring me to the same conclusion. Um, anyone else? What do 2.8 mile mushroom? What do you reckon? Did you see Will Smith, or what do you reckon? Just as we were on that topic, what about you, Daniel or Irving? Imagine the world. Imagine that was the case. I'm just saying. I mean, I've accepted in my own brain that it's beyond. How can you prove it? It's beyond fantastic as it sounds. It's like that's where my money is on. Red or black. My money is on black. There, everything is on it, because all roads lead to the same conclusion. But imagine, and I think we're all meant to figure all this out. And if you remember, I was talking about earlier on, when the truth behind our situation and the reasoning behind everything is made known, then we will all be fully accepting of it. And I think this will be a revelation regarding the great destruction the earth has gone through and the state of repair it's under at the minute. But yeah, then we'll be able to view all of these, what do you call it, acts of theatre, all of these hoaxes, etc., in a different light. And whereas we might be compelled to lash out knee-jerk reaction to being fooled in such a dastardly way, yeah, with a greater context to everything, um, we'll be uh, embracing. Um, Fresh Prince of the White House. If you remember Daniel, Fresh Prince arrived on the scene, pretty much worldwide fame, right? Um, and we know it's all scripted and controlled. So, in not in one, as far as I can recall anyway, not in one representation he has made as an actor on the stage has he played the role of a bad guy. So this is the sort of the manipulation that's going on. I think in our brains we have deciphered that this is the guy, this is Will Smith playing the role of Barack Obama, but they sort of they soften us, on all fronts, so we can sort of reject that knowing and fall for the comforting lie, I guess. And we have that soft, cushiony character in the form of Will Smith, to help us along and help us through. So that's what I think is going on, and yeah. So when I do away with the literal, not that I'm prone to doing it, but what I would do then is go through the sequence of movies. Didn't Will Smith meet the president in Independence Day? But I would go through the sequence of movies and understand that it was all laid out in a particular fashion, in a particular chronological order, according to this pre-decided and pre-written script. So, or we'd be looking for those symbolic references or significances. I did point out another one of these vague connections, or if you want to look at it that way, with the Trinity in terms of Aristarchus is Aristarchus, which is the father, right, the main, the source. This is on the moon, from reflection on the moon. Now, remember, when we do look at the moon, every what seems to be distinct crater is just an expression of the same crater. But in the moon, in its apparently fixed form, we have a trinity of craters, and one is Aristarchus, which is the father. The son then is, well, aptly named the prince. The prince is the son of the king, and then the Holy Spirit is named, or well, the Holy Ghost, or what that might equate to, is the third crater, which is what I call the Black Sun, which is Herodotus. Crater Herodotus, a very strange black hole-looking neighboring crater to Aristarchus. So I can make that connection, Prince and the Fresh Prince, to all of this. Osama. Um, well, where do you go? Well, I was going to say, where do you go from there? But what ties us back into 9/11 again, doesn't it? Everything interconnected. It's just about seeing those different threads and, well, piecing them together. Um, Let me just read 2.88 mile mushroom. A fractal, or you probably have a conversation with someone else, so I don't mean to butt in. A fractal Earth, where Earth is just infinity layers of microscopic and macroscopic. That's 2.88. That's what I think is going on, bud. That's what I think is going on. And you notice that most particularly in the clouds. And the clouds and, well, the sky, the night sky and the day sky in general are massive sources of clues for us. And as I've often pointed out, in 2001, A Space Odyssey, Stanley Kubrick, in conjunction with Arthur C. Clarke, Aristarchus is an anagram of C. Arthur as is. Um, yeah, they had the monolith. Monolith is one stone or one S tone or one TH. TH is the S tone, as opposed to S. So to take the stone from, or the sword from the S tone, is to take the S word is from the S tone. The monolith, Einstein, one stone, so one stone, one god, in other words. But they had the monolith located within a crater. So the ape, one particular ape, was, you don't get the name of, within the movie, located the monolith or found the monolith and was alerted to the monolith. That monolith allowed then the advancement of the kind. But yeah, it's said to be found in a crater by, well, we learned from the book, which was written in conjunction with the movie, that the ape's name was Moonwatcher. So getting back to the point, yeah, so Moonwatcher. So yeah, looking at the moon, we can find lots of clues, and yeah, because I have it here, let me bring it up. Here we go. Clavius. This is crater Clavius. This is where Stanley Kubrick decided to locate the moon, or sorry, the moon base, in terms of the movie, where they traveled to uncover the monolith in sort of, hang on, let me get my bearings. So yeah, if you remember the movie, they found the monolith, and suddenly the movie jumps forward. The apes and the ape family, etc., found the monolith, and then the movie jumps forward to present time, where you have sort of space exploration underway. But one of the main missions where we join the cast is on a trip to the moon, where they're going to dock at Crater Clavius, where they have the moon base, in order to travel a little bit further afield to examine well, what turns out to be another monolith, if not the same monolith. But yeah, the reason I think that he located the moon base and Clavius is, well, as we look at it, look at this. How can we make sense of this in any physical way? You might think you can, but well, think again. We have to rethink everything, right? No, this isn't a physical thing. This isn't a tangible thing. This is a reflection of something, and well, as I say, the moon is a reflection of solidity. We can start to see the spiraling patterns here, and it's everything is spiraling. All the spiral is movement in a vertical or a linear direction, and also in conjunction with circular movement. So a piston, as I talked about earlier on, that's how I imagine the Earth's greater movement. There is a piston-like, but the top of the piston has been cut off, so the movement is still the same up and down. And we have this sort of emanating pattern, very spiral-like. So yeah, if we think in those terms, I can see it here every time now. Then I don't need to look at it just for a second, and I can see it's spiraling all the way down. It's turtles all the way down, very shell-like as well. Yeah, what do you see yourself? What do your eyes tell you? And again, these are things that are sort of breaching that divide. So when we come to flat Earth and you look at the moon, you still say, "Oh yeah, look at all the craters." Well, don't be doing that. Don't be doing that. These are no notions and preconceived ideas that I presented to you that you're carrying over. So you're carrying over aspects of the lie into the truthful realm. So you can bring over the reality, but now it's time for sort of a reconsideration. And all you can do is, well, ask yourself, where are you at in that? Where are you at in terms of your reconsiderations? I have a good enough grasp in terms of where I'm at. And as I said, if you're looking at this, right? So think about, you get a bearing on it, what you're seeing, and now as we rotate it, 180 degrees, get a different perspective on it. It's optical illusion. That's what it is. Optical illusion. Think of. Well, that's what I was going to mention earlier on. Think about a room that you would design where you went in with a torchlight, and you wanted to get a mirrored effect from somewhere. So in other words, you shone the torchlight at the torch at a mirror, and you wanted to be able to see that reflection in a different place. How would you do that? Well, you'd obviously set up a few more mirrors, right? You'd obviously set up a few more mirrors. And if you wanted to get inventive, start thinking outside the box, outside of planar mirror restrictions. Imagine now if you did the same sort of experiment within a room with contoured mirrors and the torch. Could you imagine something like the moon ever showing up in your endeavors as a form of the reflection, of the primary reflection? I certainly could. I certainly could. And I think that's about all I'll ever be able to do, right? Is imagine it. I never been able to prove any of this to anybody, but that's what I say at this stage to myself. This is not about proving anything to anybody. The truth is already known out there. There's some other sort of game or mystery or treasure hunt or a challenge going on here. You know? So yeah, that fractal sort of nature at 2.88, I find it difficult to sort of grasp completely, but I don't sort of want to either. At the same time, I can get it. And what I say about, as I showed you, let me just show you again. We live on Aristarchus, and this is the best way I can understand the fractal nature of things. When I look at this now, I see every layer being the same as every layer before, and you're just looking into an infinity in a sense, and you're ending up at this. So it's all the way down, all the way down. I can picture that. I did that whenever last year or maybe a couple of years ago at this stage. I got to that sort of sense of realization. This side, for instance, here is like a landslide all the way down, all the way down, all the way down. This is what I think in terms of fractal layers. You know, when I reverse it the other or rotate it the other way, then I can see it all the way up, the same layer all the way up. And as I say, looking at the clouds, you can see this fractal nature, a fractal pattern, just constantly being expressed. Even mind-boggling as it is, difficult as it is to sort of try and nail down. I have that in my brain, and this extends all the way then, well, to our very selves, right? It's the same pattern, it's the same principle that everything is built upon. And well, as I say, this is the tree of life, the decapitated tree of life, and we are a manifestation of as within, so without. And it's all about bridging that divided state. And as I say, I think that the Earth is in a state of repair. This is what all of the high steel towers are about. They're after taking the place of the trees. So remember I said the Eiffel Tower. That will be, as I see it anyway, science fiction as it sounds, that'll be some form of energy, if it's not already, but some sort of an energy center, a ray gun, And same with the one Freedom Tower, two twin towers. Now we have the Freedom Tower. Um, um, yeah, some sort of a ray gun, some sort of an emanating source center that will reinflate the bubble beyond. Just as I mentioned earlier on gravity being a big issue, well, gravity is a reality because everything is layered into the way it's layered for specific and particular reasons. We can't forget about this. And once again, if you're going to describe the whole by the part, then you're describing the elephant by its toenail. You can't do that. We have to take the Earth. Forget about flat Earth, really. Just let's take Earth as a whole. What does it encompass? What does it incorporate? What might it incorporate? And as I say, these questions we're asking, the answers are known. The answers are already known. So you feel free to venture um, where you like with it. That's where I'm coming from anyway. And yeah, it's only by considering everything as a whole that I think things can slot into place and resonate with us and make more sense. Um, but yeah, in terms of that fractal, absolutely, man, absolutely. And here, well, is that repeating? Well, how would you describe a fractal um, yourself? Words have different meanings to different people, but how would you describe a three-dimensional fractal? You know, yeah, it's a difficult concept. A Mobius strip is another thing that comes to mind, but I've often talked about the Antarctic. Well, especially, well, let me just bring that up. Just talk about this briefly now. And maybe, no, it's not. It's not an example of fractal. Oh, no, it is. Yeah, fuck, I could talk about that now. Mm, it's the day now. Here we go. Yeah, this is. Oh yeah, so here we go. This is the Atlas mosaic. This is the Antarctic continent. So we're told, or so we're sort of left to understand, or left to um, perceive to be the case in terms of the globe or the Earth. Everything is put together. All of these are the different masses, or continental masses. So what I say is happening here is this is the external boundary here. This white line. This is the Antarctic sort of ice wall. This is where the sun no longer has range, right? Sun can't melt the ice beyond a certain point due to the well, first of all, the nature of the sun, there's been a reflection, and due to the power of its intensity and its penetration. Beyond a certain point, you can't melt it, and we have the barrier where we have seepage. It's water everywhere, right? So we have seepage, frozen over water. So as opposed to this being the Antarctic landmass on Earth, this is the Arctic extremity. So in reality, the real confines of the Earth are this. So this being the Arctic Ocean, frozen over, um, um, uh, inverted inside out and stretched around. Um, I don't think that's not quite fractaling, but it's fucking manipulating a core. I'm trying to think of an example now. Shit. Anyway, ultimately, what you get is I saw a picture here, so here we go. Something like this, right? As the confines of the Earth. So here we have Antarctic continent, and here we have someone's representation of what the Earth may look like. First of all, we can note the dodo. Look at the dodo standing, and then we can note these. What do you call it? If you remember, Ranty Flat Earth had this in his avatar. I think he still has it in his avatar. There we have the dodo in the center, then the greater confines of the Earth, and here we have the Antarctic continent, we're told. So again, little clues for us, and yeah, this is what I mean by the Arctic sort of stretched and turned inside out to become the Antarctic peripheral. But isn't that an interesting comparison here? Okay. Yeah, so sorry about that. Now for whipping off. Yeah, fractal Earth theory. Yeah. Maybe like to hear more or think more about that and what your thoughts on it are. I certainly have my thought. I certainly have actually now that I think about it. A little bit more detailed thoughts on that, but how to express them now would be a different matter. You're getting into very, very difficult areas in terms of what type of language you use to describe what do you think is going on. You automatically sound fucking retarded or just overdosed. That's some sort of mad hallucinogenics. But well, nobody got time for that. Um, Okay, 2.88 mushroom. I mean, listen, get all those thoughts out. I'm going back a small bit now. Jason McCormick seems to think Will Smith is not Obama. Well, that's fair enough, bud. If he's not, well, I'll be son of a gun. I'll be son of a gun if he's not. That's all I can say. It's like, Will Smith or something. What's your biggest objections, Jason? Ask yourself that as opposed to answering it. You're probably going back. Well, I'm going back a few minutes in chat. How you doing, Pete? Good to see you, bud. What do you reckon about Obama? I mean, Pete, come on, nothing is impossible these days. Men and women, up is down, blue is black, black is white. Um, Nothing is impossible. It is all theater, right? We're just finding out some of the characters in operation within the theater. So, look, everything's down to the mind of the beholder. Make what you will of it. If I come across the truth, or you came across the truth, no matter how true it was, if I was not willing or open to accept or prepared to accept it or even consider it, well, then it's not truth to me. Is that it's only when I do realize that it is truth, then I'll realize that, well, Pete was telling me the truth all along, but I didn't realize it, and now I do, right? And I'll realize my error. But look, so be it, right? If I'm wrong here, that's okay. I'm not trying to look for any points anywhere. Just reporting my findings, and just like I am stuck at 9/11 being a media victim, fakery extravagance, just as I'm stuck on knowing the legal name fraud is absolutely true, just as I'm stuck on knowing that the Earth is stationary in that's the comparison sense. Yeah, I'm stuck in that Will Smith being Barack Obama. So if I have cause to move away from that, then I'll do so. But until then, that's where I'm at, and I'm staying there. So I think I called the thread, Daniel, Osama bin Laden, or Obama bin Laden. Sorry, Obama has. So in other words, Obama has been bin Laden. And once again, as I said, this was handed to us on a plate. Will Smith being both, well, that's coming from the dodo here. I haven't heard anyone else talking about that before. I didn't get it from anyone else. It just occurred to me one time, and I said I'd look into it. So Jason doesn't like that, but that's okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Jason. That's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. So Unsolved Atlantic got the picture for Math Powerland. Math is where I first saw that idea. Well, isn't that interesting? Math is TH, and of course Math Powerland is an actor as well. Unsalted. All of them are actors. You name them, Eric Dubay. When I say actor, there's someone playing a role. They're wearing a suit and they're representing something that they're not in reality. Whatever is the true nature of their role, well, That's to be discovered, right? But Math Parallel, absolutely, he is actually a literal actor, but he's also an actor acting a part as an actor. So yeah, well, I'm not surprised that I didn't know it came from him. But isn't that equation there very interesting? The Antarctic continent and the overall confines of the Earth, very interesting. And that's the way, as I say, I think it's happening. All of these things are clues for us. The spinning ball Earth is metaphor, right? It's to be used as an analogy and representative of reality. In well, as I say, inverted. The best place to hide the truth is to put it 180 degrees away from the source. And well, you know, once we recognize the lie, then we can just flip it and see where that leads us. And okay. Okay, yeah, yeah, cheers. And well, very interesting that Ranty now, I said it to Ranty, I said it, these people are, Ranty's an actor, I'm sure of it, like, I mean, they're all part of the same crew, Nathan Oakley, Ranty, Arwen, um, Riley, Patricia Steer, Jaren is, and you just continue on, Robbie Davidson, all the same, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, but he had that image, and I pointed out that there's the dodo. He put the dodo in the middle of his avatar, and well, the next you knew, because I was talking so much about trannies, he blocked out the dodo picture of the Earth in the middle with the picture of his own self. So make of that what you will as well. Um, Reality Creator says space is the space in between the Earth below and the sky above. Our physical body is the vessel we use to explore space. Yeah, fuck, man, that's very interesting. We know we have two hemispheres in our brain, right? And yeah, I mentioned this, the joke was thrown out, I think by Rumpus, but definitely one of these things mentioned in science is that, look, we could all, when it comes down to the thinker doing the thinking, we could all be brains in a jar dreaming all of this. Wow. And that might be said in jest or understood in jest, but is it close to some sort of truth? I think so. This is where I make that equation as well between the external and the internal, the body of Christ. So what's going on? It's the womb earth. Yeah, well, I don't want to go into that now. And it's little bit more graphic. As I said, that piston-like motion. The tree has been decapitated. It's almost, well, this is what I'm sure is going on. What is representative of? It's almost a castration of God in one sense. And well, if you think back to the story of Isis and Osiris, yeah, different context, it clears things up somewhat anyway. But again, all fantastical beyond recognition. And as who was I speaking to as a ball earther? I can't remember whoever it was. Yeah, maybe Sean G. But I said, well, whatever Sean G is, for fuck's sake, I don't know. It's a joke at this stage, across the board joke, I think, in my brain anyway. But yeah, this is this is the basic divide between the spinning ball earthers and flat earthers. This is where you lose people completely. Anything to do with expanding upon the basics of flat earth, you lose all ball earthers in a complete and absolute sense. And for the most part, you lose most flat earthers as well. But yeah, new territory here, and well, yeah, that's why I don't give a fuck. If I'm wrong about things, I'm wrong about things. Who gives a fuck? Is that, not out deliberately to try and wrong or harm people. And I'm just putting pieces together as I see fit. So if I'm wrong, I'm just expressing where I've arrived at. And if you disagree with me, you're free to do so, absolutely. And please don't take anything I have to say for anything. Um, right. Okay, I think that'll have to be about it. Even though, once again, I never get through anything. Not that I intend to too much beforehand. Now, look, I got a few things talked about, but as I said, my friends, if I'm looking for, if I'm having the strength and courage to deal with some sort of a long life or something, Jesus, I could be writing books for the rest of my days. I could write about 10 books and all of this. I'm saying it'll be any good or anything, but I definitely have the material to piece together everything I found in some sort of coherent manner, anyway. Um, as usual, I encourage everybody to simplify things as much as you can, see how everything applies to you, and take it from there. That's all you can do, and it's the best you can do. Like children, we must become. So I'll let you ponder on some of the things I've talked about, and I'll go back on the chat. I hope you had a reasonable chat tonight. I'm sorry for not sort of keeping up with it, but I hope some ideas were tossed around anyway, and look, all things are up for consideration. Yeah, so thanks for listening, and I'll leave you with a different song this time. Not a different song, I played it last time as well, but a different one than my usual. Just because it's softer as well. It's definitely late here, so I want to be. It'll just finish up then as well with 9/11, 9/11 soundtrack, Kid A by Radiohead's lead singer Tom York, who was nicknamed Dodo as a youngster, and the song number 10, or IO, or X is 10 as well, X Mass, called Motion Picture Soundtrack, and says it all right there. Maybe our lives are a movie, would piece together the clues. Yeah, thanks again for tuning in, and until the next time, friends, I'll leave you with Motion Picture Soundtrack. White, sleepy pool, let me get back to your arms. Cheap sex and cell phones, let me get where I belong. I think you're crazy, maybe. I think you're crazy, maybe. Stop sending letters always get burned. That fantasy little white lines. I think you're crazy, maybe. I think you're crazy, maybe. Beautiful angels torn apart again. Where sunlight flows, I hardly recognize you. I think you're crazy, maybe. I think you're crazy, maybe. I'll see you. Okay, friends, good night, my friends, and until next time, I love you, my Steve.